Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's 8:45 a.m. in Jakarta. It is time to start the conference, but before that, let us take a moment to review a few technical details. First, for the participants who joined through the Zoom meeting application, to help us recognize you, please rename your ID with your real name. Second, to reduce noise and prevent any sound problems, please mute your audio, but do not forget to turn on your video. Third, you may want to drop your questions regarding the topic via Zoom chat or the link provided for the Q&A session later.
Last but not least, we would like to remind all participants that you have to fill out both the registration and the evaluation form on the link tree so you can get the e-certificate for today's conference.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning from Jakarta. It is indeed a great honor and privilege for us to be your host for today's conference. I am Taufik.
And I am Gia. Welcome to
the 4th WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference, Building a Seamless Future Through Disruptive Technologies in Customs and Multi-Stakeholder Collaboration.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us take a moment to acknowledge some of our special guests who are joining us today. We are very honored to have their presence here, and we want to thank them for their continued support. Distinguished Director of International Affairs Indonesia Customs, Ibu Anita Iskandar. Director of Custom and Excise Education and Training Center, Bapak Untarto Wibowo. Customs Attaché from Australia, Belgium, Netherlands, and United States. The invited speaker from the World Customs Organization, Mr. Arman Zhalitov. The invited speaker from the National Logistic Ecosystem Team, Indonesia Customs, Bapak Puji Seswanto. Last but not least, our moderator for today, Bapak Tagara Primadista, Bapak Mukmin Setio Sudarmo, and Bapak Jopi Teja Sentana.
Not to mention our best regards to hundreds of participants who have joined us today, either the participants who attended this conference at Mezzanine Hall or the participants who attended this conference via Zoom meeting application. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us today. Conference. Gia?
Yes, Taufik.
Before we begin, allow me to deliver today's agenda. The opening remarks will commence this second day of the conference. Not only will we have a plenary and a sharing session by experts from 2 invited speakers, but there will be also a paper presentation from the author of selected papers. At the end of the day, we will attend closing remarks from the Director of Indonesian Customs and Excise Education and Training Center.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on this auspicious day, we take a great pride in donning the traditional attire called Koto Gadang. The Koto Gadang traditional clothes are a unique and beautiful part of the cultural heritage of Minangkabau ethnic group from West Sumatra, Indonesia. This typical Minangkabau traditional clothing is well known for its baju kurung, songket, and the tengkuluk as the headdress that represent the refinement, elegance, and cultural depth of the Minangkabauese people. As the Minangkabau society is matrilineal, many aspects of the traditional emphasize the role of women in sustaining and preserving this unique societal structure. That's why I'm so proud to wear and present you with traditional clothes from my hometown. And what about you, Taufik? Mind to share what you're wearing for this seminar on day 2?
Okay, thank you, Gia. If Minangkabaunese women wear koto gadang, Minangkabaunese men wear pakaian penghulu. Pakaian penghulu is the traditional attire worn by a penghulu, who is a tribal or clan leader in Minangkabau society. The general appearance of the pakaian penghulu is characterized by the color of black from the baju kebesaran, or in English, leader's robe, symbolizing a powerful representation of leadership, responsibility, and cultural identity. These clothes are also completed with sarung songket and the deta as the headdress.
Wow, cool. If I might say, these clothes suit you very well, Taufik. You look magnificent wrapped in these clothes.
Thank you so much, Gia. You also look magnificent in these clothes. From now on, I will call you the Magnificent Gia.
Wow, what a wonderful compliment. Well, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us now commence the conference as the Director of International Affairs, DGCE, Ibu Anita Iskandar, will deliver her opening remarks. Please give a very warm welcome to Ibu Anita Iskandar.
Thank you, Gia and Taufik. Distinguished Director of Indonesian Customs and Excise Education and Training Center, Regional Training Center, Indonesia, Bapak Untarto Wibowo. Distinguished colleague custom from Netherlands, US, and Belgium and Australia. And distinguished representative from WCO, Mr. Arman Zhalitov, and representative from National Logistic Ecosystem Team, Bapak Puji Seswanto, all participants attending in person and online, distinguished guests and participants, and ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning to all of you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let me extend my warmest welcome to colleagues from WCO and also colleagues from NLA, all colleagues here and all participants from Asia Pacific region who have joined us this morning at the Djuanda Mezzanine Hall, Ministry of Finance, to the second day of the 4th WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference, Building a Seamless Future Through Disruptive Technologies in Customs and Multi-Stakeholder Collaboration. It is an honor to stand before you today as we gather for this important conference. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we delved into the term of advanced technology in customs and explored the first sub-theme, disruptive technologies in customs, with insights from 3 distinguished speakers representing the WCO, Indonesia Customs, 10 November Institute of Technology, and a sharing session of best practices from colleagues from Custom Administration of China and the Netherlands. Disruptive technologies hold immense potential to transform customs operation. For example, artificial intelligence systems can automate routine tasks such as document verification and data entry, leading to faster processing times and fewer human errors. AI can also analyze a large data set, identifying patterns to help customs prioritize inspection and allocate resources more effectively. Technologies such as drone can further enhance customs operations by providing aerial surveillance of ports and borders. Drone can monitor large areas efficiently and access hard-to-reach locations, improving custom enforcement and oversight. While the benefits of disruptive technologies are clear, they also bring challenges, particularly increased reliance of digital systems, which can expose custom agencies to cyber security threats. As we move toward digitization, ensuring the security of data and systems is essential. Implementing robust cybersecurity measures such as regular audits and multi-factor authentication is essential for reducing cybersecurity risk. Customs administrations should also prioritize investing in training programs for staff to ensure they have the skills to effectively operate new technologies. By adopting these strategies, Customs administration can fully leverage the advantages of disruptive technology while minimizing associated risk, creating a secure and efficient operational environment. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Customs administration worldwide are encountering increasingly complex challenges, driven not only by technological advancement, but also by environmental, health, and geopolitical crises. To effectively address these challenges, collaboration with a broad spectrum of stakeholders, including governments and private sector, also academia and international organizations, is vital. Such partnership will strengthen resilience and adaptability, ensuring that customs administration are well prepared to respond to a rapidly changing landscape. In this context, the second day of the conference focused on the sub-theme Partnership and Multi-Stakeholder Collaboration to explore the intricacies of partnership more thoroughly. This sub-theme aligned with the WCO 2024 theme, Customs Engaging Traditional and New Partners with Purpose, which emphasized the importance of reaffirming long-standing partnership while actively seeking new alliances. By fostering collaboration with both established and emerging partners, we aim to strengthen our collective efforts and improve the overall effectiveness of customs operations. Indonesia Customs has consistently prioritized fostering cooperation and collaboration with a wide range of stakeholders to facilitate and secure trade. A key initiative established in this effort is National Logistic Ecosystem, a comprehensive platform to improve the nation's logistic infrastructure. NLA facilitates the smooth flow of goods by integrating government and private sector processes, harmonizing data, and streamlining operation through advanced technology. This platform also aims to eliminate redundancy and enhance efficiency in logistics, benefiting both the public and private sectors. To support the business sector, particularly micro, small, and medium enterprises, which can now more easily access global market through digital marketing, allowing them to reach international audiences and expand export opportunities. Indonesia Customs has introduced the Export Clinic program. This program provides fiscal incentives, streamlined procedure, and assistance with export processes, while also coordinating with permit issuing and financing institutions. This initiative recognizes the crucial role MSMEs play in national economy, contributing 61% to our GDP as 2023 data. As part of this initiative, we collaborate with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to promote MSME product internationally and with the Ministry of Trade to ensure product quality standards. The number of MSMEs participating in the program has been steadily increasing over the years, and we are pleased to report that 846 MSMEs have successfully exported their products. Next, Indonesia Customs also established a partnership with e-commerce platform to implement automated data exchange with e-commerce marketplaces, streamlining the collection of import duty and expediting the release of goods. This initiative underscores Indonesia's customs commitment to implementing the WCO framework of standards on cross-border e-commerce, particularly Standard 12, which emphasizes public-private partnership, and Standard 1, which focuses on the exchange of advanced electronic data among relevant parties in the e-commerce supply chain. The established partnership will significantly expedite the release of goods, making the process up to 15 times faster. At the international, Indonesia Customs continue to enhance cooperation with other customs administration through the CMAA, or Custom Mutual Administrative Assistance Agreement, Authorized Economic Operator Mutual Recognition Arrangement, and promoting collaboration in areas such as information exchange and joint enforcement effort. In line with the WCO 2024 theme, which emphasized the importance of customs forming partnerships with new stakeholders, I believe this conference serves as an excellent platform to cultivate this new partnership and pave the way for continued progress in the global customs sector. Such engagements will not only expand our network, but also deepen our understanding through valuable insights that can significantly contribute to policy development. Distinguished speakers, guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward with this conference, I wish you all a productive and successful conference. I hope also this gathering foster an ideal setting for the exchange of ideas and strengthen collaboration among diverse stakeholders in the global supply chain. With a variety of discussion planned, ranging from cross-border partnership to effective resource management, I am confident that the conference will offer valuable insights and practical solutions applicable to the real-world challenges. Thank you once again for your participation, and I look forward to the success this conference will surely bring. Terima kasih. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Ibu Anita Iskandar, for your inspiring remarks. It is an honor for us to have you today, right, Gia?
Absolutely, Taufik. Ladies and gentlemen, as you might be aware, we have an exciting round of events planned for you today, including special performance organized by RTC Indonesia. Golek Ayun-Ayun Dance. The Golek Ayun-Ayun Dance of Yogyakarta style is a sacred Golek dance style in Javanese tradition that has come down through generations as a national heritage. This dance is a classical Javanese dance that comes from the court of Yogyakarta. It depicts a young woman's desire to always look her best. The Golek Ayun-Ayun dance celebrates feminine beauty and appeal, including the charming dance because this dance portrays a woman who was dressed up. The principles of classical Javanese dance or Joget Mataram are, in Javanese we call it Sawiji or concentration of mind, greget, enthusiasm and consciousness, sangguh, self-confidence, and ora mingku, no surrender. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ministry of Finance dancer with Golek Ayun-Ayun.
What a beautiful performance from the Ministry of Finance dancers. Ladies and gentlemen, now that we've cherished the MOF dancers' performance, I can see that all the participants are ready to go ahead with the main event. In the next session, there will be a presentation from the WCO representative and National Logistics Ecosystem from Indonesia and DGCE regarding partnership, multi-stakeholder collaboration, and coordinated border management. This presentation, followed by a discussion session, will be led by a moderator, Bapak Tagara Primadista.
And I'm sure all of you are already familiar with Mr. Tagara, as we saw him yesterday as well. Before we pass the floor to Mr. Tagara Primadista, let me forward the resume of Mr. Tagara. Mr. Tagara is the head of Revenue and Data Management Section at the Indonesia Customs Regional Office of Maluku. He completed his master's degree in Strategic Intelligence Studies at Indonesia University. Mr. Tagara is also well known as the World Customs Organization accredited expert on single window environment and a certified professional in logistic management. And without further ado, please welcome Bapak Tagara Primadista.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the MC for the introduction. Izin, Bu Anita. Okay, so at this moment, this morning, we will start on the plenary. So let me introduce our speaker. So for the plenary today, we have two speakers, one from the World Customs Organization, Arman Zhalitov, World Customs Organization Country and Project Lead for Accelerate Trade Facilitation Program. Arman Zhalitov is from the Kazakhstan Custom. He's been a WCO twice, and he graduated a master degree from the University of College of London on Master of Public Policy, and from the West Kazakhstan State University on the Bachelor of Law. Please welcome Arman Zhalitov. Let's give a round of applause. Arman, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Good morning, dear colleagues, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you very much, dear moderator, for having me today at the 4th WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference dedicated to building a seamless future through disruptive technologies in customs and multi-stakeholder collaboration. I'm honored to be as a speaker today. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you, Arman, for the introduction. And then for our second speaker for today, I would like to invite Puji Seswanto from the National Logistic Ecosystem team of Indonesia. Puji Siswanto has a master degree in economy from the University of Indonesia and also have a bachelor degree in administration from the Administrasi LAN. Please welcome Puji Siswanto. Please give a round of applause. So I personally know Puji Siswanto. He's my senior, a quite senior officer. Maybe you have been like 25 years in custom, many experience. So I believe that Puji Siswanto will be a perfect candidate to bring this theme of national logistic ecosystem. Okay, so Arman, you could start with your presentation.
Thank you very much, dear moderator. If you allow me to share my screen. Can I ask host to allow me to share my screen, please? Colleagues, can you please confirm that you can see my screen and slide?
Yes, we can see it clearly.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and participants to the RTC Indonesia International Conference dedicated to the seamless future through disruptive technologies and multi-stakeholder collaboration. Congratulations already on the successful organization of the conference. My today's presentation will be dedicated to multi-stakeholder collaboration, partnership, and coordinated border management. Is my screen moving to the next slide? Yes. Can take. When we are talking about multi-stakeholder collaboration, partnership, and coordinated border management, we can say that it refers to a coordinated approach by not only customs administrations, but by all border control agencies, both internally and internationally, in the context of seeking greater efficiencies over managing trade and travel flows, to seek for the balance with compliance requirements. Early in 2008, Customs has adopted, international customs community adopted a policy document which is called Customs in the 21st Century, and it consists of 10 key building blocks for customs, as you can see, and among them, coordinated border management is the key milestone. You can also see that one of the that the theme for the 2024 of the international customs community is dedicated to efforts of all customs administrations around the world to showcase the efforts in customs engaging traditional and new partners with purpose. Multi-stakeholder collaboration is actually reflected not only in this policy document, but across all World Customs Organization international tools and guidance. For example, as we can see in the revised Kyoto Convention, in the safe framework of standards, as colleagues were saying yesterday and today, as well as if we are talking about the customs professionalism and integrity and anti-corruption measures, also in the revised Arusha Declaration of the WCO on integrity and good governance, where one of the key elements is, there are two key factors in this declaration, which refers to the multi-stakeholder collaboration, which is leadership and commitment, with having the sub-factors and aspects like having the whole of government approach in implementing the key customs and border clearance reforms, as well as the relationship with the private sector stakeholders. The concept of border management actually has undergone a qualitative change throughout the years and decades. For now, border controls no longer take place only at the ports of entries or border posts. It goes beyond the physical borders, actually, through the information and collaboration with domestic border agencies, and not only border agencies, but all government agencies which have impact on international trade and stakeholders. This should be identified as soon as possible, and ideally before goods or people arrive or travel through the borders. So what are the main challenges when we are talking about the border clearance procedures and international trade? Is having the many stakeholders at the borders. As you can see, we have not only customs control, but also phytosanitary and sanitary, police, veterinary, quarantine services, immigration, port operators, health ministries. And this varies from one country to another, having physically present at the border, but also having actually beyond the ports of entries, the physical, the real impact on border clearance procedures. What are the main problems of the borders when we are talking about the seamless international trade? So one of the key challenges that every trader dealing with the export and import procedures is the poor organization of border control process, some interagency rivalry, complicated procedures, which are most of the time burdensome, excessive multiple controls, no clarity in responsibilities, of course, the lack of information sharing, integrity problems connected with it, and poor pooling of resources, and many other problems which actually create all this, the absence of stakeholder collaboration. When we're discussing and talking about coordinated border management concept, it should be highlighted that CBM refers, it's a never-ending process. It starts in one country and finishes in another country, because the seamless international trade and border clearance procedures depend on each other. And it has two main components, according to the CBM concept of the international customs community, which is physical flow of the goods and information flow of the goods. Both dimensions also refer to the domestic CBM concept, as well as at the international level. That's why we have tools and guidelines referring to the having the, for example, such concepts like one-stop border posts, when two countries, neighboring countries, have to go to an agreement regarding the international trade and supply chain. Coordinated flow of data that I was referring to before, having the following key principles, one of which regulatory transparency, to have the good, transparent regulatory requirements, clear rules, who, when, and how, and why provide, which agency provides information to avoid inefficiency and bottlenecks, streamlined submission, information sharing between the stakeholders regarding the relevant trade data, efficient risk management, and also information protection in this regard. When we are talking about the physical flow, We are also considering the aspects like streamlined clearance procedures at the border, congestion management, manpower availability, and indeed about the infrastructural availability. And all border agencies should be equipped with necessary equipment, sharing the equipment, office space, parking lots, and all this interagency collaboration needs to be done well in advance in order to organize the seamless procedures. International customs community developed several guidelines and tools on CBM implementation, as you can see. So it actually started before the main CBM concept. It started with the WCO's integrated border management previously. So today, since 2018, the World Customs Organization has come up with the coordinated border management, enhancing actually the concept to cover many aspects, not only inside the border posts, inside the border checkpoints, but going beyond the scope and actually enhancing the concept to coordinated border management. As you can see, some of the tools which actually have contributed to the development of the CBM concept is the guide to measure the required time at the borders, which is time release study guidelines, also revised Kyoto Convention compendium. Of course, revised Kyoto Convention is a blueprint for modern customs operations. Standard, our international standards on the SAFE package, which has several tools to secure and facilitate global trade, data model for information flow of the goods, how to build a single window environment compendiums, and many, many more. For example, we can see the standard 3.35, which lays down the principle for that customs inspection of goods should take place in coordination with other competent authorities. The guidelines to the standard cover practical aspects of coordinated intervention among border agencies at the borders. The recently adopted by the international customs community is the CBM compendium, Coordinated Border Management Compendium. The recent updates is in a chapter where we are talking about the cooperation between the customs administrations and postal offices. Also, the recent guidelines which were included and updated Customs Police Cooperation Handbook. Other initiatives, what we can say is the joint guidelines of international port authorities and the WCO on cooperation between customs and port authorities, which was recently adopted in November 23. Another tool is a very important tool is the WCO data model for data harmonization and standardization. And of course, many tools dedicated to customs digitalization agenda. One of the international tools on trade, international tools dedicated for trade facilitation is actually the World Trade Organization's Trade Facilitation Agreement. In its Article 8, you can see also the concept of coordination between border agencies, which state that each member shall ensure that the authorities and border agencies responsible for border controls should cooperate with one another and coordinate their activities to facilitate trade. The main principles and directions that navigate this international agreement is focusing on alignment for working days and hours, alignment of procedures and formalities, development and sharing of common facilities, joint controls, and many other aspects. As you can see, so from this slide, you can see that World Trade Organization has done an analysis on implementation commitments according to the notification of its members. And bottom 5 measures with lowest implementation rate are the following articles. They are very specific: authorized operators, risk management, border agency cooperation, test procedures, single window. So these articles are very specific, but also very difficult to implement according to the reported data by both developed administrations, developed WTO members, and also developing countries. What are the CBM benefits? What are the benefits for multi-stakeholder coordination? So for the governments, it's more effective delivery of services, clarity of responsibilities, reduced duplications and redundancies, improved information sharing, cross-training of border officers, reducing interagency rivalry, increasing detection rates. As for traders and travelers, of course, the fewer unnecessary interventions, reduced time that can be spent at the border, transport costs, administrative, financial costs, documentary costs, and many other benefits that can multi-stakeholder initiatives and like CBM concept can bring for the seamless trade procedures. As I was referring before, one of the main components of the coordinated border management is the coordinated information flow. So what are the tools and actually how to implement this component of the coordinated border management? The World Customs Organization actually suggests to implement the WCO data model, which is the data foundation for global trade interoperability. It's a universal language for cross-border trade data exchange to enable implementation of single window systems and fuel and data analytics. It's compilation of clearly structured, harmonized, and standardized data sets and resources available for data definition to speak in the same language between many countries to harmonize their requirements to make trade statistics and custom statistics more exchangeable and having the transparent procedures between the several countries when we are talking about the international trade. The foundation for implementing the WCO tools actually at the core of the WCO data model. So the WCO data model can be used in advanced electronic information for authorized economic operator mutual recognition agreements according to the safe framework of standards, cross-border e-commerce, GNC concept, which is globally networked customs, single windows, for implementation also of coordinated border management, as you can see, advanced traveler data, risk management, and many more in many more directions. Because when we're talking about the seamless operations, we're talking about the flow of information as well. Another set of tools which actually assist member administrations of international customs community is implementation of the single window environment. As you also might know that the WCO developed several tools on how to implement the single window environment. For example, single window compendium with every part of which focus on particular area of the single window environment, providing comprehensive guidance on building the blocks of single window implementation. To build the single window environment, as you can see, there are other recommendations from UN CEFACT. As you can see, particular recommendation specific number 33, that facility allows parties involved in trade and transport to lodge standardized information and documents with a single entry point to fulfill all import, export, and transit operations, which would allow one-time submission. For the next slide, let me allow me to focus on some WCO member practices, how actually the CBM concept being implemented by several members. For coordinated border management, several members actually participated in the plastic waste project. When we're discussing the concept of the CBM, it's been reflected in the chapter 6 of the CBM compendium. Basically, the Basel Convention principles and business process mapping components and aspects were highlighted for the implementation of CBM during the international trade operations. This project actually also reflected in new Annex 3 for in the CBM compendium, and it formed actually another very important update related to the plastic waste management issues, which constitutes and addresses this Basel Convention. Basel Convention on the control and transboundary movements of hazardous waste and disposals entered into force in early 1990s and has now 188 parties, making it almost universal in geographical scope. This convention regulates transboundary movements of hazardous and other waste by applying the prior informed concept, so-called PIC procedure, in relation to waste covered by the Basel Conventions. The provision of this convention structured around the three pillars: control of transboundary movements, promotion of environmentally sound management of hazardous and other wastes, prevention and minimization of generation of hazardous and other wastes. The PIC procedure lies at the heart of the control system for waste covered by this convention, and it requires that before any transboundary movement of waste covered by the Basel Convention, the authorities, all government agencies engaged in control operations of the prospective countries of import or transit are notified of the internet movement through borders. This enables the competent authority actually to share the data and monitor the movement of these hazardous goods. Due to the complexity and diversity of legal powers and authorities, technical and some legal scope of plastic waste trade, coordinated border management approach was strongly recommended to implement and effectively facilitate the legal trade in plastic waste. Collaboration between customs and the cross-border regulatory agencies are existed in various forums, such as national task forces in Indonesia, for example, National Coordination Committee in Sri Lanka. However, in some members, customs still has limited access or even no direct access to the notification movement documents, or customs has no information about the process of issuing them. So this is a very interesting experience how the plastic waste management being implemented from the context of CBM. Another example of CBM implementation, of very successful CBM implementation, we can see from the United Kingdom 2025 border security strategy. It's focusing on developing a coordinated user-centric approach to border design in partnership with industry, comprehensive and holistic view of data at the border, establishing ports for the future. This is a new concept for crossing points for passengers and traders, using upstream compliance to move processes, building capability of staff actually at the borders, and shaping the end-to-end trade for travel. The next slide is quite, there are lots of text in here, but I'll try to explain for this interesting member experience from the UK Customs. As you can see, the UK border strategy is focusing on borders, what control operations happen before the border, crossing procedures at the border and after the border, actually allowing for more client-oriented approach, and also focusing on not only on physical flow of the goods, but also on coordinated information flow with single entry points and regulatory requirements by all involved stakeholders, which allows only one single entry point submission of the documents by the trading partners, not only to customs, but also this information is reflected to other government agencies engaged in particular control operations of the goods. Some examples of CBM implementation from my home country, Kazakhstan, as well. So the implementation of cargo rukhsat, electronic queuing system, border management concept. There was specifically after pandemic, there was a huge problem with the wait time at the border crossing points during the pandemic, and actually the queuing at the borders was not regulated by the border agencies. It was difficulty on implementation. Who should be responsible for managing the queues at the border, because the queues that physically they happen before the ports of entries or checkpoints and border posts at the border. So whether it should be immigration control, the local authorities, customs, or any other government agencies. So it was decided the customs was actually. Can you see my slide? I see that it's not being reflected on the screen, colleagues. If you just can confirm. Yes, thank you very much. So what was the core at the heart of this electronic queuing system? It was the integration with all government databases, integration of customs administration with all border agencies. It included exchange of with 21 databases from the, for example, for the Ministry of Justice, Police, and Ministry of Health, Sanitary and Phytosanitary Administration, ensuring the real-time data exchange for legal status, taxes, customs, and vehicle information. The system was implemented at 10 border posts in last year and continued to expand to 30 more. Also was introduced a new electronic service on this platform last year. System electronically issues the foreign permits for trucks conducting the international travels, and reducing the shadow market and increasing transparency for cargo carriers. Actually, the impact was that more than 220,000 permit forms have been issued by the system, digitalizing the process of crossing the border and significantly reducing the possibilities for any integrity issues in permits distribution. So the ongoing expansion is actually the further implementation is planned for all 30 ports of entry at the borders with neighboring countries of Kazakhstan. Another example of CBM implementation can be provided from the WCO Trade Facilitation, Accelerate Trade Facilitation Program, where I'm working. I'm a country and project lead of this program in the Capacity Building Directorate, as funded by the UK Customs. Recently, we've been implementing with our beneficiary WCO members on how to operationalize the coordinated border management. So we can provide you with two examples of current initiatives being implemented in Zambia and Namibia, focusing on interagency standard regulation and then data standardization for CBM purposes. The capacity building activity structure consists of the three main elements, which is first element and component of this activity is the business process modeling, which plays a vital role on streamlining and fostering border agency system interconnectivity. It supports CBM implementation by actually understanding first the process, identifying the areas for improvements, enhancing data integration and risk assessment for targeting and capacity building. So the first exercise is focused on modeling the processes, the current existing process, and actually identifying the activity diagrams developed for every single border agency stationed at the border, and not only, we actually have impacts on international trade movements of goods, and we developed the to-be process for operational efficiency. Second component is standardizing border agencies' operating procedures, which forms the regulatory framework not only for physical flow, but also for the information flow of the goods, which means the creating a common set of rules, documentation requirements, and data formats for CBM. The results that was achieved, the development of this interagency standard regulation, which formed the basis for standard operating procedures for every single port of entry, and contribution to integrated risk management and targeting procedures of every single agency in a coordinated manner. It also provided some platform for AO recognition across the agencies regarding the criteria and the benefits for traders. The third component focused on data standardization for systems, interconnectivity, and data exchange across regulatory agencies. As we all know, regulatory agencies need to exchange information to ensure compliance. For example, on import, export permits and licenses, and compliance forms, classifications, and other information. So exchange of information enhances transparency and greatly contributes to CBM, and it aligns with the international CBM concept regarding the coordinated information flow. The results that was achieved, the countries actually developed my information package in line with the WCO data model. Countries identified all documents and datasets required for border clearance from all government agencies impacting the cross-border trade. The latest activity was, for example, 65% of data elements were mapped, and now there is an ongoing activity on completing this mapping exercise, and then further stages would include harmonizing them and standardizing between all border agencies for single window implementation for border control operations at the ports of entry. So implementing the WCO data model, my information package looks, as you can see from the slide, it consists of the 5 steps. Identifying the process for which, so the first step would include identification of the process for which the data model would be implemented. Second step, examining existing data requirements, legal frameworks, existing systems, paper forms, paper documents. Once all these data sets are identified, there is the need to harmonize these data sets, data elements, in line with the WCO data model. Then the next step would be to map the national data requirements according to the data model requirements, adjusting national data sets, developing the relevant ICT infrastructure, and submitting data maintenance requests. And the final stage would be developing my information package, which forms the basis for having the harmonized data set for information exchange, not only with the customs administrations of neighboring countries or other countries, but also within the one particular country between all border and cross-border regulatory agencies. As you can see, the structure of the capacity building activity is composed of 3 stages. So we usually dedicate 6 to 7 weeks of remote capacity building exercises to develop the interagency standard regulation, which forms the basis for standard operating procedures for all agencies at the border, which cover first 2 steps of the my information package implementation. The third step is covered by the one in-country mission of the WCO experts for business process modeling and finalizing physically the interagency regulation. And then it completes with the 5 days of very technical exercise of WCO in-country support on data standardization when the my information package is designed and developed by the administration. As we keep on saying that coordinated border management does not come naturally, it's an engineered process to achieve the desired outcome for effective and efficient border control. CBM, it needs to be noted that the CBM, coordinated border management, and in general, overall, the partnership and multi-stakeholder collaboration is a government project. And without political will, it's not possible for one agency alone to implement and move the agenda and the reforms forward. And as we've already seen, customs is well placed to take the lead on for this challenging coordination. And we invite, of course, many other government agencies to contribute to the coordinated border management and multi-stakeholder collaboration. Um, Many maintain that the whole of government approach in border management sounds straightforward in theory, but it is actually difficult to implement in practice. That's why we have the concepts internationally agreed standards to follow, to have a navigation and guidelines how to implement this. The cultures and philosophies of border clearance procedures often differ from one country to another, with the traditional approaches and for tight physical controls and modern risk-based approaches. So it has to be some sort of a balance and how to implement the coordinated border management in practical terms. That's why the WCO stands ready to support its WCO members with the implementation of these multi-stakeholder engagements and coordinated border management related standards to improve the cross-border operations and facilitate seamless trade. We acknowledge that, of course, there is no one-size-fits-all solution for coordinated border management for this challenging task for practical implementation in each country. That's why we are having these internationally and commonly agreed standards on navigating the CMU implementation in practice. But what we want to say that actually the customs operate in a complex environment, and actually it's people who generate the reforms, who actually navigate the customs modernization and border clearance modernization agenda. That is why in this dynamic environment, it's very important that CBM rests on the efficacy of well-trained and forward-leaning workforce, and it's people who actually matter first for any trade facilitation agenda. That's why developing the efficient human resource strategy, aiming not only on customs administration, but on all government agencies and border clearance authorities, it's very important to adopt these HR strategies to emphasize actually and move forward the CBM implementation and multi-stakeholder collaboration. Thank you very much, colleagues. So this is my ending presentation, last slide. I'll be happy to answer any questions, and I give the floor next to our moderator.
Okay, thank you, Arman, for your interesting presentation. May I have some remarks on the presentation? This presentation is actually quite close to my expertise at the WCO. I'm a WCO grade expert on single window and also has several missions related to WCO data model. So Arman, I have been to your neighbor, so as Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan for a WCO mission, but I haven't got any chance, maybe someday, to go to Kazakhstan for a WCO mission. So from my take here, CBM is something that are quite related to a single window. In my opinion, Arman spoke about the domestic and also international CBM. We could say that a national single window is a domestic CBM, and we could connect it to the other single window to become an international CBM. For Indonesian practice, I might like, there is some kind of idea. The CBM, the physical CBM, we could put it in some of our, maybe our land border, maybe between Indonesia and Timor-Leste. We could put some kind of Jutapox office, so some kind of office that will be run by both customs agencies. So if that goods is cleared from Indonesia, there is no need to do any like physical inspection and so on from the Timor-Leste side, and vice versa. Or other, we can also do like international CBM on data. As you know, we also have land border also with Malaysia. We could do, they also have their single window, and we could also do some kind of data or information single window with, international CBM with Indonesia and also with Malaysia. I think that's the practical thing that we could propose to do in Indonesian case. And then I'm also familiar with the Zambia project that we know. It's been done at August. I was in Pakistan in August, and after that there is a mission related to data model also in Zambia. Okay, so for the question part, question and answer will be done after the second presentation. So Arman, we will have our next presentation from Puji Siswanto of the National Logistic Ecosystem. Please, your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Tech. Allow me to stand, yeah. Okay, distinguished directors, attendees, and ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. My name is Puji Siswanto. I would like to present about the National Logistic Ecosystem, which is the form of coordinated border management in Indonesia. Next slide, please. Let's dwell into the background of why we need the National Logistic Ecosystem, or NLE for short. The first is the high logistic cost. We have the highest cost of logistic per GDP in the region. Maybe we have the data from the 2013 and 2017 to 24% of GDP. And then we also have the condition of stagnant LPI and EODB scores from 2016 to 2020. And then we also have a problem in the reliability and timeliness of our logistics that needs to be improved. The causes of this condition, we have several major causes. We identify the first is the repetition of and duplication of data or document. And then we have asymmetric information in the supply and demand of logistics services. And the third is the absence of whole stream platform. And the last is the insufficient infrastructure quality. So this condition and causes urge us to have a breakthrough with the NLE. So we have the presidential instruction number 5 of year 2020. Is the base of this NLE program. Next slide, please. So the programs consist of 4 pillars. The first pillar is, do we have pointers? No. The first pillar is the business process simplification. This is the simplification of business process from business to government. So we have the objective is to omit the repetition and duplication of data and document. And we want to present unified one face of the government. So we have programs like single submission, we have joint inspection, and we have a streamlined process. So the main action plan, we have single submission of carrier, quarantine and customs, and permits or licensing. And also we have a domestic manifest. The second pillars, we go to the business-to-business logistic platform. We have collaboration between the business-to-business logistic provider. The objective is to transparent and efficient logistic services and also to promote symmetric information in supply and demand. And by providing with the collaboration platform, some kind of aggregator platform, to collaborate between the logistic providers. The main action plan, we have several, but the main is delivery order by online, and SP2 is gate pass online. Also, we have tracking, warehousing, and vessel, and of course, container depot. The third pillar is the ease of payment for the business and government payment. We have providing with payment platform in the NLE, and we also have single billing for non-tax state revenue. So we have different kind of non-state revenue, so we combine into one single billing. The last pillars, or the fourth pillars, is we going to the infrastructure side. While pillars 1 until pillars 3 is consists of in IT and system, the last pillars is infrastructure. because we want to make the efficient for logistic process inside and outside of the ports. So we arrange the port spatial layout and infrastructure. First, by zoning the container terminals, and the second is utilize the railroads from ports to ports. And then we also have auto-gate system, and we also use the single track identification and terminal booking system. This is the synergy between the NLE and the KPK, the Eradication of Corruption Commission. So what do we propose from the NLE to all the stakeholders? Next slide, please. We have several macro values in the NLE that we propose. First is we want to have efficient in logistic cost and time. The changes in logistic system and behaviors. And the third is the reduction of moral hazard. Because we are in a collaboration with the Corruption Education Commission, they use the NLE program, the IT base, to reduce the moral hazard. The micro values of the NLE programs that we propose are the free of charge, because this is a government program, we do not charge. And then we have track and trace program, and they can access the data that we have, the government have, the government agency have, and then they can compare between the service and the cost of every logistic providers that with in collaboration with the NLE. And then we have various payment gateway, and the last is we have entity-based database on custom, approximately 50,000 importers, exporters, custom brokers, that they will have exposure to their logistic that they provide. So this is the value that we propose with NLE programs. Next slide, please. So we go into a little bit detail about one of the single submission program. This is the single submission of licensing of permits. The before, if you can see the picture, the stakeholder is obtain permits to one government agency, and then they have the data sent to our single window, and then he go to the second agency, and then they also have the data to single window, and then he can use the permits that they are obtained. But with the single submission, we cut we streamline the process into one major steps. One major step is they submit the data through our single window, so that the single window can forward this data to the relevant government organization or government agency. So they only do one process, and the other is already done in the background. So this streamline the processes from maybe 5 steps to 3 steps. We omit the repetition and duplication of data and document. Next. So we go into the transformation of a single submission in carrier. Every time a carrier arrives in our ports, they have to submit data or document to 4 government agencies. The first is Ministry of Transportation, the Port Authority, the second is Customs, the third is Immigration, and the last is to Health Quarantine or Ministry of Health. So they have to submit every document. Sometimes it's still use manual documents, so they have to go to each government agency. But after we go to the single submission, they only have to input data in one place, in one system, which is the single submission system. They have superset data. They have superset data of cargo. They have superset data of carrier identification and all. And then the single window system, single submission system, forward this data to Ministry of Transportation, to Customs, Immigration, and Ministry of Health. So the values here is single submission, no repetition, and duplication. And it also can be integrated to single billing. As I said earlier, Ministry of Transportation, they have 2 or more non-state revenue. Also, they have the Ministry of Health, they have 2 non-state revenue for arrival and departure. So we combine this into a single billing. So before they have to pay 4 or 5 times, and you can be integrated into one single billing. Next. So we go into the single submission of quarantine and customs. Here, if the importers, they import commodities related to plants, animals, or fisheries, they have to be cleared by quarantine. The quarantine system, before the single submission, they have to at least 2 phases. The first phase is the clearance from the quarantine. The second phase is the clearance from customs. So it has to be done sequentially. That is before the single submission. But after the single submission of the quarantine and customs, we join the document and data set. They have only they have only input once in the single window database, and then the single window can forward the data to quarantine and customs. Not only that, we also join inspection with customs and quarantine. So before they have to do twice of the inspection, the quarantine inspection, and then the second is customs inspection. With these systems, we can do it together. So it efficient the cost and time. The business is streamlined from 10 steps, if you can see, 5 steps in the quarantine and 5 steps in the customs to 3 major steps. And then we have joint inspection. Previously, we have sequential process to parallel process, and some documents which are previously have to be sent manually, they can now be sent electronically. This is the single submission of customs and quarantine. The next single submission I would like to explain is the export side. In the export side, in the original concept, we integrate 3 major systems, which are customs, quarantines, and COO. But in practice, because the COO system they have, it's being changed in the regulation and system. So in practice, we right now still only integrated the customs and quarantine first in this step. But it still can be integrated in the next step, maybe next year, I hope. So the advantages of this single submission export is that the process of document is seamless, and then the data quality and data consistency is, we can enhance the data quality and consistency, and of course it omits repetition and duplication of data. Okay, thank you. So I would like to show the position of the NLE programs to our cycle of logistics from inbound to outbound. The first pillar is box in blue, second pillar is box in orange, the third pillar is box in red, and the fourth pillar is box in green. So this is the connection and the position of NLE programs throughout the cycle of logistics. So you can see before it arrives, they can submit for permits, and then a single submission of arrival, deliver order online, SSM quality, quarantine and customs import, and so on until outbound. Also, we have domestic, the supply chain of the domestic. We have tracking, we have warehouse, we have vessel, and we have container depot. Next. So the NLE output or accomplishment, we have from 28th of September of last month, we concluded all of action plans for 42 action plans in the Presidential Instruction 5, number 5, year 2020, we have concluded 100%. And we have implemented the NLE programs in more than 46 ports in Indonesia and 6 airports. So it's based on steps. In 2021, we implemented in 4 major ports. In 2022, we add another 10 to 14. And then the 23, we add 32 ports into 46. And this 24, we add 6 more ports. So it's more than 46. The airport, we have Kuala Namu in the west, and then until to Hasanuddin in the east. We have 6 major ports. So the utilization, if we can say that single submission of permit is already at 100%, the quarantine and custom single submission is at 99%, and then the carrier is still at 45%, the export is 28 ports, and so on. The airport, we have a dashboard of single submission in 12 ports, and the export single submission is we have 11 airports, and the simplification of air cargo related to the quarantine, customs, and safety, flight safety is at 6 airports. Next slide, please. So after the output, we go to the outcome of the NLE. We have done 2 surveys in 2022 and 2023. And this year also, we are ongoing survey for 24. In the 2020 survey, for example, from the single submission of quarantine custom, it had resulted the efficient time about 28.9% in time and 24.9% in cost. It almost more than double in the 2023 survey for the single submission of quarantine customs. The efficiency for time is 73.4%, and the efficiency in cost is 46.1%. So we always measure the outcome from the NLA into the business owners. But despite these successes, we also have inputs from business owners in the survey to enhance the system agility, the quality of customer care, the enforce of mandatory regulation for DO and gate pass, to enhance connectivity, to make SOP, import realization report for SSM permits, and then feature refinement in the system, and then digitalization, more transparency, and improve some business process. So we have our successes, but we also have more inputs from the business owner. Next slide, please. So this another strategic issue I would like to mention, that the connection or alignment between the NLE programs and the LPI indicators and variables. So we have 6 indicators in LPI, and then we have 4 pillars in the NLA. This is the connection between the NLE programs, our main action, to the indicator of the LPI and variables. So NLA does not cover all the LPI indicators and variables. So we have to improve the NLA. This is what we do next. Maybe next slide, please. So this is our last slide. We have proposed a strengthening in legal framework for NLE programs. So in the 2020, based on presidential instruction, in the next year, we hope we can have a presidential regulation. It's a higher level than instruction, it's a regulation to promote several things. The first, as we go to chapter 2, maybe, we have strengthening the national logistic ecosystem. This is the first. The second is strengthening infrastructure and connectivity. The third is enhancing human resources and logistic player competitiveness. And the last is digitalization, digital transformation for logistic services. These 4 programs, we hope to achieve more result in the next NLE and other programs according related to the logistic betterment of Indonesia. So that's it, Pak Takara, and ladies and gentlemen. It concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Zhalitov, for the presentation. So maybe I'll like to highlight several things. So the started from the NLE is related to the LPI, Logistic Performance Index. We try to fix the LPI, not fix it, make it better, yeah, for every year. And one of the initiative in National Logistic Ecosystem. And then this also one of the things that related to the National Logistic Ecosystem is the National Single Window. So in Indonesia, we have the National Single Window. We also have the National Logistic Ecosystem. So we could say that the National Single Window is mostly related to the government-to-government cooperation, but the National Logistic Ecosystem is wider than that. It's not just G2G, not just B2G, but also we provide platform for B2B. So that's the that's the main idea of the National Logistic System. We hope that this will be something that will be done in maybe for not just 5 years, or maybe a 10 years or 15 years span, and so on. And also this initiative also especially related to the maritime single submission, the carrier single submission, is in line with the WCO initiative on the maritime single window. It's a WCO initiative with the IMO, and also Indonesia has already presented this SSM pengangkut, we call it, so it's for carrier, the single submission or the maritime single window, to the IMO forum last year, if I'm not mistaken. So this is in line with the international standard and best practice. Okay. After the presentation, we will have a discussion session. So for the discussion, please be short and concise on the question. We will give the first opportunity to the floor, the offline participant. Any takers? Any question? Please. Not yet? Okay, so we will move to the online. So in online, we have 2 questions actually. So the first, let me read out for you. First to Arman. In the context of middle-income countries, what are the primary challenges you see in establishing effective multi-stakeholder collaboration for coordinated border management? How can these countries overcome obstacles such as limited resource, differing regulatory frameworks, and varying levels of technical advancement among stakeholders? Please, Arman, your response.
Thank you for the question, dear colleagues. This is very interesting question regarding in the context of middle-income countries. If we are talking about the coordinated border management, that's exactly where all the challenging aspects are revealed. When you are talking about, for example, you've done enough with digitalization of the your own administration systems, your clearance procedures, and when it comes to border agencies cooperation, then actually some of the problems arise and many areas for improvement, also for the middle-income countries. Why is that? Because many government agencies, cross-border regulatory agencies, they have their own, one of the problems, they have their own set of rules, set of clearance procedures, standardization, and data sets, data elements, and it's also comes with the issues of single window implementation. It comes with the culture of clearance procedures as well. So these are the main challenges when we are discussing about the CBM implementation in middle-income countries. actually comes with on coordination level. So this is very, very practical. I mean, the implementing the coordinated border management, and it's a common problem not only for middle-income countries, but also what I'm saying is that middle-income countries also have these issues on in relation to coordination between each other. It's not only physical flow of the goods, but also information flow. So mainly it's information flow due to the differences in IT solutions, due to the differences in data elements, information flow. So they all have to agree with each other in how the whole process actually will be implemented. That's why there should be one leading, I wouldn't say one leading, but someone has to take the coordination on the initiatives. So and when we are talking about the border agencies, another problem is not only related to the border agencies at the border actually, but also all ministries having impact on trade operation. So if, for example, if Indonesia, I'm just giving a random example, or country A is having 4 border agencies, and it's not only actually 4, it's another, let's say 8 to 10 regulatory agencies having impact with permissions, control operations, or delegated functions. So basically, the common challenge, let's say, common aspects that needs improvement on cross-border trade is actually multi-stakeholder collaboration. So that's one of, it has multifaceted aspects, but this is quite common in middle-income countries as well. I didn't get the second part of the question. Moderator, if you can just repeat, or if I covered the question.
Yes, I think we have a follow-up question related to the implementation of the CBM on the countries with limited resource, but without adding admin burden or costs.
Without admin burden?
Administrative burden. Administrative burden or costs. So how could we implement this, but without adding administrative burden or costs?
Yes, thank you for reflecting this. From the WCO perspective, what specific strategy or best practice can middle-income countries adopt to enhance partnership? How can this strategy be tailored and address the unique needs and capacity of these countries? Well, basically what we are saying is it's about the standardizing practices. That's one of the solutions that we are talking about. Whether it's a middle-income country or if it's a developing country, it has some specifics on the level of digitalization. Yes, of course, but it always needs to be tailored. So when we are talking about international CBM and also internal CBM domain, we are talking about like different practices. And the first thing and first solution that comes actually into play, how to standardize it. Actually referring to the colleague's presentation from NLE, this was very good exemplary model, how, for example, internally, all stakeholders can get together and standardize their submissions, standardize their practices in relation to how all procedures needs to be done, and having all the standardized approaches, actually agree, having the backup regulatory framework, which would back up the standardized practices. This will all lead to a good solution and tailored approach for implementing the CBM. And it's not very easy, actually. It's one thing, actually, when you adopt the regulatory framework. The other thing is the implementing in practice all these standardized practices. It also has some financial costs. It also has some implications on not only financial implications, but also commitment from all border agencies to actually implement these standardized practices, because for most of the times, it requires changes in the operation systems, changes in their modality that they've been operating for the last, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, or even a couple of decades. That's our common challenges, and these are the only way actually how to approach to the, let's say, one single environment or ecosystem for standardized practices on border clearance procedures.
Thank you, Arman, for response. So if I may add, so the question here is, if we implement coordinated management, what we're trying to do is create a standardization. Standardization will drive down costs. I think the logic is there,
exactly.
so right? If you're being standardized, you will drive down costs. There will be no cost that will be added to it. The goal is to reduce costs. So all of this WCO initiative, implemented standardization and so on, related to lowering the costs. I think that's the one point that, the important point that we need to capture here. Okay, thank you, Arman. And the next to Puji for the question, may I read to you? In the context of Indonesia NLE, what are the key institutional partnership that has been most effective in enhancing CBM? How can this partnership be strengthened to ensure seamless communication and cooperation among various government agency and private sector stakeholders? Please respond.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Tak, for the question. It's a good question. What are the key institutional partnership? Maybe you can believe it or not, but the key partnership we have with the Corruption Eradication Commission is most effective because they have a program to our ports. What they do is they score individual ports for their performance based on the NLE program and some other programs they have, but mostly for the NLE programs in every port, and they have scored the individual ports. They have 3 kind of scores. The red, it means bad. The yellow, it's intermediate. And the good one is green, like the light, a traffic light, like the traffic lights. So, but it creates a common ground for us, government agency in the border, to work together. We must not get the red scores. We have to work together because the KPK doesn't specify what's the problem. Is it customs problem? Is it immigration problem? Is it agriculture or quarantine problems? No. They only said this port is state red state. So they don't specify what the problem. So we have to work together. We have to work together, or the agency in the ports, in the border. We have to work together because we have like some kind of common enemy, from this KPK in the good sense, yeah. So we with the coordination with the KPK, the Corruption Eradication Commission, we have worked more synergy, with more, we are closer than ever than before. And with these systems provided by the NLE system, so we don't have to coordinate, manually, because the system help us to coordinate the border management by system, by the IT. So it helps us a lot that we can be working together seamless to achieve our goals, which is the efficiency of the time and cost for Logistics Indonesia with NLA. Maybe
Yes.
that's the answer.
Thank you, Puji, for the response. It's very interesting response. So I remember one of my senior in custom used to say that whatever the program is, the only thing that matters is the monitoring and evaluation. You have a very good program, however good it is, if you don't have good monitoring and evaluation in place, the program won't go long. It will go, but maybe just for like 6 or maybe 10 months, and after that, everybody will forget. And in this case, Indonesia Corruption Eradication Commission is a very good monitoring and evaluation, usually for government entity, so something like that. So I think it's very interesting take from our case, from the Indonesia NLE. Okay, I will open one more question if there is any question from the floor, offline floor. Any takers? No? Okay. Oh yes? No? Oh, you have any other question? And online? Do you have any other question? I think yes, no? Only the question on screens. Okay, I think this is the same, the similar question. Okay. Do you want to address this question?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tak. This is the challenges for the NLE implementation. We have two major challenges in the implementation of the NLE. The first major is the harmonizing of government agencies to its roles and systems, because we have so many different agencies related to the government, to the logistic process. Maybe if they have some kind of jokes in the logistic practitioners that only Ministry of Religion does not have anything to do with the logistic. But you know, this is no longer true, because we have halal logistic now. So Ministry of Religion is involved in the logistic process. Yeah. So they have, the challenges is that the government agency have their own regulations. They have their own roles. They have their own systems. And of course, they have their own pride, because we are customs, we are immigration, we are quarantine. So we need, to harmonize this role, this system, but without removing their authority. So what we do is we propose, in accordance with the coordination with the Corruption Eradication Commission, and we also working together to propose a presidential regulation, which in my last presentation, the presidential regulation is the product of all government agencies related to the logistic process. That is the first major challenges. The second major challenges is if we go to the business-to-business service providers, we have a challenge how to make their systems collaborate or synergies or connected. Because the first problem is they have diverse maturity system level. What we call the most mature is, sometimes we joke that this is Star Trek level. This is the best level. But they also have the lowest level. They have to call, maybe email, maybe WhatsApp, messages. We call them Jurassic Park level. This is our problems. This is the problem we face during we want to collaborate its system. So if we want to upgrade their system, they will have to some kind of investment. So this is we need more money, but we also need to appeals for the logistic provider to join the NLA system. This is what we don't have right now, but we are going to propose in the presidential regulation, maybe special interest, maybe some other program that we can persuade the logistic providers to join the, to collaborate with the NLA systems. And regarding to the diverse system maturity level, we built several levels of collaboration. We have the lowest level is email, by email to collaborate. So we have, they all have emails, but we don't know if they use it or not, but they have emails there. That's the lower collaboration, the lowest collaboration. The highest collaboration level is some kind of aggregator platform. Like maybe if we go to search for hotel, we go to Agoda, we go to some other platform. That's what we did. and we still trying to get all of the logistic providers to be able to collaborate with NLA with their own different level of system or IT. That's it, Pak Takar.
Okay, thank you, Arman, and thank you, Puji, for your valuable contribution to this conference. If you have a participant will have another question, you can send it to us and we will forward to the speakers. I think this will be the end of our plenary session. And after this, I will give back to the Master of Ceremony, the MC. For the next session. Before that, let's give a round of applause to Arman and Puji for their contribution for this conference.
Thank you, Bapak Tagara.
Dear
for
moderator.
leading. Okay. Thank you, Bapak Tagara, for leading a very fruitful discussion today. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take a moment to express our gratitude to our moderator and speakers for their valuable contributions today. We kindly ask our moderator and speakers to remain on stage for a moment as we have a token of appreciation to present. The token of appreciation will be presented by the Director of International Affairs, Ibu Anita Iskandar. May we please invite Ibu Anita to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, give a big round of applause to our moderator and speakers. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, after this, we will have a 15-minute break before we proceed to our next agenda. But before that, we will have you fancy another Indonesian culture. Dukderan. The word dukder in the Dukderan tradition comes from a combination of the sound of the drum, duk-duk, and the cannon sound that follows, namely der. This is why the ceremony held to welcome the holy month of Ramadan is called Dukderan or Dukder. The Dukderan tradition has been carried out since 1881. Based on the story, in ancient times, Muslims always had differing opinions on determining the exact day when the Ramadan fast would begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dukderan by the We Dance from the Directorate of General Taxation Dancer.
What a great performance. Thank you for the dancer. We hope everyone enjoyed the dance. Dear all participants, we'll now take a short break for about 15 minutes. Please feel free to enjoy the beverage provided available just outside this room. And during the break, we will be playing a video for your enjoyment. So please relax and watch while you enjoy your refreshment. And afterwards, we can proceed with the next session.
After the break, we will continue the presentations of submitted papers, which will divide it into 2 rooms. Room 1 will be at the Mezzanine Hall, and Room 2 will be at the Mezzanine 2. So enjoy your refreshment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue the next session shortly. So if you want to stay in this room, it will be presentation here as well. But if you want to move to the room 2, it will be at the Mezzanine 2. And we will continue the session shortly. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's good to see you again. I hope you enjoy your refreshment. And And once again, we would like to inform you that we also have the paper presentation on the room 2. So if you find the presentation material is interested, particularly the topic, you can also join the room 2 for the paper presentation. Okay, well, let's continue our agenda. As you might be aware, ladies and gentlemen, RTC Indonesia has organized also a call paper even since August 2024 to gather new ideas and insight about disruptive technologies in custom and multi-stakeholder collaboration. The committees has accepted more than 30 papers, and we would like to convey our appreciation for your contribution to the paper submitted for the presentation today. And right now, we are going to continue the presentation of the selected submitted papers. And for today's session, the moderator will be Bapak Tagara Primadista. As you might be aware, Bapak Tagara is, we met him a lot yesterday and today. And you are already aware about Bapak Tagara, but please allow me to resume his again. As you might be aware, Bapak Tagara is an expert in data analytics, and his field of work is mostly in data analytics, data modeling, and single window arena. And Mr. Tagara is also assigned as the head of revenue and data management section in Indonesia Custom Regional Office of Maluku. And also, he is the expert of the World Custom Organization on single window environment. So, without further ado, please allow me to welcome Bapak Tagara Primadista.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We meet again, yeah? I hope you're not bored with me. I promise there will be my last session. There will be other moderator for the next session. So, this day the topic is a little bit different. So yesterday, we are mostly discussed related to the topic of disruptive technology in customs. And now, on today's session, the second day, we'll be focusing more related to multi-stakeholder collaboration. That's the theme for today. And for this session, we have 3 interesting presentation from 3 team of author. So the first one is related to international carbon trading, and the second related to customs surveillance on the bonded zone. And lastly, before break, we have a presentation related to wildlife trade enforcement in Malaysia. So we have a foreign speaker for, foreign author for one of the presentation on this session. So I would like to invite the first presentation, Agustinus Imam Samudra, Moh Abrori Akbar, Supriyadi CH Tambunan from Directorate General of Tax to come to the stage. They will bring in the presentation on managing international carbon trading through collaborative governance in Indonesian context. Please. Okay. For this presentation, you will have 15 minutes for presentation, and we'll also have like 10-15 minutes for a discussion. Who will give the presentation? Do everyone will give? Start with? Okay, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. First of all, I want to say thank you for the time has been given. Your Excellency, all attendants, distinguished and reputable people here, and the most respectful, my mentor, Ibu Heruwidi. Hello. Let us to present about our new policy on carbon emission, zero carbon emission 2060 by our government, and it's have been started from our new law, number 7, 2021. We present to you managing international carbon trading through collaborative governance, Indonesian context. Again, it's all about Indonesian context. How we try to elaborate our regulation. The implementation now, the IDA carbon have been launched in September 2023. Let's we go through the introduction. Maybe. Oh, okay. It will be presented by my colleague, Mr. Abror. Please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Agus. Next, please. This is the contents. Next. Okay, the next, please. Introduction first. As we know, the Indonesian government has taken significant strides towards achieving carbon neutrality by 2060. Back in 2021, a carbon tax was implemented through the law on harmonization of tax regulation. It demonstrates the nation commitment to reduce the emission. This move aligned with the global trend of carbon pricing. That in 2020, we know it have 61 programs in place or planned, and including 31 cap and trade system and 30 carbon taxes. As we know, last year in September 2023, the IDX carbon exchange was launched, so we can trade the carbon credit, but it's still the domestic trade. But in the future, maybe it has potential for going global, so it can trade globally. Next slide, please. Okay. And based on ID Carbon Monthly Report in July 2024, there is a quota 1.3 more million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent with average price of 51,000 rupiahs. It's far above the law of harmonization of tax regulations state that it's 30,000 rupiahs. So this research explored the potential revenue for engaging in international carbon trading and the associated benefits. Next. Okay, the research objectives. First, measure for the government to engage in the international carbon trading and benefit derived from global carbon trade transaction. Next. Okay, there are 3 key findings here. First, potential for state revenue from international carbon trades. Second is the use of tax instrument to ensure domestic carbon credit needs before its sales to international. And then the last, the monitoring system for international carbon trading with collaborative governance. Okay, the next part will be explored by Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Abru. And we go down to the literature review. And how about in Indonesian context? As mentioned by my colleague here, in 2021, the Indonesian government has initiated the use of carbon taxes by the amendment of the regulation, the tax regulation, and also it defines the Indonesian commitment to carbon neutrality in 2060, that reducing the emission by 29% with its own effort, and also by the help of international assistance, it will be 41%. And the Indonesian government proposed the carbon tax is to charge the pollutant, for example, the energy sector, that like in coal mining and etc. Then based on their environmental damage, their action to the environmental. And how about the regulation? So the government formalized the carbon pricing by including it in 2020 and 2024, the National Medium-Term Development Plan. And also, like I said before, the government imposed the carbon tax in the law on harmonization of tax regulation. And the main pillar in carbon pricing in Indonesia is the Presidential Regulation number 68 of 2021. And also the IDX carbon, the beginning of the trading of carbon in Indonesia is regulated in Financial Service Authority Regulation number 40 of 2023, also included. Next. Our research found that there are 3 carbon pricing methods that use in the world. The number one is the emission trading system, or ETS. It allows trading of carbon credits to meet emission reduction goal. In this scheme, the government limit the energy sector to produce the carbon. So the limitation will give the industry, so they must try to manage their outflow of carbon. And the second scheme is the carbon taxes. So the government charges a fixed amount of its ton of carbon dioxide they produce by the industry. And the third is carbon credit mechanism. This is the flexible ways to buy, sell, and develop cleaner project. And it differs from the emission trading system because in ETS the government imposed such limitation, but in the carbon credit mechanism, the government so is a voluntary from the industrial. And in our research, we mainly focus on the ETS because it is explained the carbon market that the Indonesian government apply. So, like I said before, in ETS the government puts a limit. So Indonesian government puts a limit on how much pollution that can be released, and allowance will be given to the industry that comply with the limit through either or free or through bidding. Next. And what about the carbon market overview? I think the carbon market is it's not very firm in today's because it's still new. But in the future, the carbon market will be such something that, like in capital market also. And the history of carbon market maybe began in 25 by European Union emission trading system. So, however, it enhanced by the Paris Agreement in 2050 because it allows many countries to trade their carbon, the green certificate. And the second is the China's pilot program. It began in 2011 across different regions in China, but our research found that the price is very fluctuated, and our research finding that now the average price is only 22 yuan per each ton, is far below the cost that needed to reduce the emission, which is 345 yuan per each ton. And the third is in Canada's carbon pricing plan. So it initiated in 2016. The government of Canada imposed same price for the carbon, and they tried to reduce emission by 30% of 2005 level in 2030. However, the 3 carbon market that I said before is mainly focused on the energy sector. And GEDOL proposed the marginal abatement cost. It usually used in the agriculture sector. So they determine carbon price based on the cost of reducing carbon emission by a small margin. So it represents the additional funding required to decrease greenhouse gas emission by 1 ton within a specific time frame. Next. And how about in Indonesia? So we think that if we want to...
Sorry, you have 5 more minutes. Please speed up.
Sorry. Indonesia, if you want to maximize the potential, we can impose such export duty or taxes if you want to trade the carbon if you want to trade carbon internationally. So we digging into the export duty and taxes. If we talk about export duty, it imposed in the law number 17 in 2006. And also if we talk about income taxes for export, we can find it in Article 22 in Indonesian tax law. Next. This is the idea of if you want to maximize not only about the potential revenue, but also you want to maximize the collaborative governance. We included many stakeholders, not only in public sector, but also we want to include the private sectors. And this is a whole new level of a whole government approach. So we propose such a monitoring system that involve many stakeholders, so we can not only maximize the profit, not only maximize the potential revenue, but also we want to make sure that the data and the data from the carbon pricing can be used by many stakeholders regarding their specialized. For example, ours is from DGCE, so we want to maximize the taxes, and maybe in the custom they want to maximize the custom. Next. So we propose, like I said before, if you want to maximize the potential revenues, we propose the duties on tax from international trade of carbon. In custom law, the export duty is the range of the tariff is 0 to 25%. But some specific goods is like cocoa beans and wood, the tariff is 0 to 10%. And if we found the income tax rate is only 1.5%. So we propose the average rate for the export duties is 7.5%, and in income tax we propose 1.5%. So if the industry in energy sector or agricultural sector want to trade or to export their carbon, they will be imposed by export duty. They will be imposed with export duties and income tax. Next. And how about the potential revenue? So we used to scheme. The first is, like I said before, we use the carbon price from the regulated. So from the price that regulated by the Indonesian government. And the second is we use the price from that trade in IDX carbon. So maybe the price in IDX carbon is fluctuated. So regarding what the supply and demand in that day, and with the assumption that we use from the table we can see that from 2019 until 2023 there are surplus in energy sector greenhouse gas reduction. For example, in 2023 the surplus is almost 11.67 million tons CO2. I think if we impose, if the surplus is export, we can impose like export duties or income tax duties that will generate the tax revenue. So we can optimize the tax revenue from that the trading of carbon. So maybe we can go to the next slide. So the scheme will be presented by my friend Agus.
Okay, thank you. So we want to know the potential revenue from when we impose the export tax and export duty. For the unit carbon we export to the foreign country. We know from prior slide that there are potential carbon credit surplus 11 million ton carbon dioxide emission, and the export duty rate, we propose the moderate tariff because like wood and cocoa, the export duty is 0 to 15%. So we offer the moderate rate 7.5%. And the income tax, it's like windfall tax, since we know that custom, excise, and tax need to collaborate to get the state revenue to maximize. We need establish the collaborative governance. We try to impose the tax in Indonesian, Article 22, in the income tax law. We impose 1.5%, and the carbon unit, based on the regulation harmonization regulation law number 7/2021, the carbon price is 30,000 per ton. So we will get potential review the 39 billion rupiah from the now the data as July 2024, and we believe that our carbon credit will be increased day by day since we have green development program. So we will, let's say we will get more revenue because the green development will increase year by year. Okay, next, the second scenario. According to ID carbon, the price is 51,000 rupiah per ton. So it's different. The first is based on our law, the harmonization regulation law, tax law, and it's as the market value, 51,000 rupiah. So we will get potential revenue with the same rate, the same tariff, 7.5 for the export duty, and for the income tax 1.5%, we will get 54 million rupiah from the tax and duty. Next. Okay. We need...
Sorry, you have 2 more minutes.
Okay. We need, let me say, that we need collaborative governance. We need to include our ministry that involved on monitoring carbon trading. There are ID Carbon, Financial Service Authority or OJK, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and of course Ministry of Finance, Directorate General of Tax, and Directorate General Custom and Excise. Next. It's the enterprise architecture for the data. The 4 entity will input their all data, and we will find the number 13, information of certain taxpayer integrated, reliable, and updated. Next. Okay, it's the data type. Next. Is the data, the flow. I think it's next. Okay, the conclusion of the future work. We want to highlight that we need the collaborative approach, collaborative governance. We have to collaborate, not only Ministry of Finance, but also the OJK, the Financial Authority, the Ministry of Forestry and Environment, and ID Carbon, of course, the market, the carbon market. And now we have to prepare the preventive regulation, since we until now don't have the regulation for exporting unit carbon. How to impose the export duty, the income tax, and so on. And the last, the task force. We need to monitor, maybe we need to examine the export. And of course, we need to include all entities like we said before. Next. Okay, thank you. That's all, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Agus, Aurori, and Supri for the interesting presentation. So this is something that are relatively new, as the author has mentioned. So in Indonesia, from custom side, related to carbon, we are proposing and having a policy paper on how if that the carbon is being put on the externality, negative, they have negative externality, so we propose it to put on excise, but then again, at the moment it's not happening so far, so it's becoming a carbon tax. So we have it's the same in the tax side, because if, as the author mentioned, it's Piguvian tax, so this is like something related to external negativity. In custom, we will be dealing with excise for external negativity of this kind of product. But actually, this is very new, and I think I don't recall that anybody in custom already think about exporting the carbon. So it is something new, I think. It maybe just me, but I haven't heard anyone discussing about exporting carbon. But I think this is a very interesting topic or testing paper regarding to this issue of carbon. Okay, do we have any question? Let's check first. You have any question from the floor? Yeah, please, sir. Please mention your name and your unit, and please be concise.
Thank you. My name is Ridwan. I'm from Indonesian Customs. And I agree with Mr. Tagara, as mentioned before, that this is a relatively new and about the, and I'm curious about the proposal that you state that you propose to impose export duty at 7.5% rate. So is there any reason or any scientific calculation or maybe calculated reason why you propose the 7.5% rate? Does it related with price elasticity to IDX carbon or carbon unit price or something? And my second question is about because increasing the tax rate is already sensitive to the public, so, and let alone creating a new type of tax like this one. So based on your opinion, when is the proper time to implement this kind of tax? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Please respond.
Thank you for the question. Okay, there are two questions. First, why we offer the rate 7.5? Like we said before, that like cocoa wood are get the special tariff 0 up to 15% for the export duty. We said that because it's new, so we offer the moderate rate. We choose the half of the maximum rate, 15. We set on our limitation that it's still open. We can discuss more, but we have to choose now, and our team choose the moderate rate 7.5. And of course, it's the domain of Directorate General of Custom and Excise. We from the Directorate General of Tax, we still open, we can discuss. Okay. We just try to make justification from the regulation. That's why we set 7.5%, but it's still open. We can conduct further research by involving the Directorate General Custom and Excise maybe. Okay, and if you ask when it should be imposed, we will say that as soon as possible. Since in September 2023, we have launched the IDA carbon. But until now, we don't have international standard to calculate credit carbon, the unit carbon. So until now, we cannot sell to the foreign country internationally. After we meet the minimum requirement for the international term and condition, we should issue as soon as possible the regulation to impose carbon trading tax and carbon trading duty. We think like that. Do you?
Okay, thank you for this.
Thank you.
Can I
Do you
something?
want to add? Okay, but
Yeah.
please be concise.
I think the tariff is 7.5%. We choose that from the moderate perspective because we don't want to our product. We want our product have a competitiveness because we export the product. So we want it not added the cost for the carbon price. So that's why we choose the 7.5%. So we want to add the competitiveness of our product. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think the 7.5 is also quite moderate, but then I see in your paper you refer that to 7.5% is like the general rate related to import, right? I think you mentioned something like that. But in import, we have what they call effective rate. Our effective rate is right now is 1.38 because you have FTA in that. Now this will be another complication, but I think, yeah, this is just food for thought, just for like of discussion. And then next we have a question from online. So, key challenges faced by Indonesian managing international carbon trading. How is it in custom? How collaborative governance can address this challenge? And then the second, do you have any suggestion for any collaborative governance framework to manage this? I think you already mentioned it in your paper shortly, but could you elaborate on that specific framework relating to monitoring and so on? Please respond.
Okay, thank you. The challenge, of course, we need to establish collaborative governance. We need synergy, collaboration among 4 entities, for 3 ministry and 1 bodies, the Ministry of Finance, Ministry Environment and Forestry, the Financial Authority, OJK, and the IDA carbon market. I think it's new, so we will need time, it takes time, to propose how to build the same procedure, the same standard to meet our need, because every entity have their own objective and their own goal. So the challenges is how to make our entities to achieve mutual goal. I think like that, the challenge. Specific framework, I think we already present our flow charts when we presenting. I think that's enough. Yeah?
Yes, I think the second question already answered in the paper. You can read it. So the team already have like a specific like how to do it in enterprise and sector and so on. So I think there will be a great framework for that. So and then do you have anything to add?
Yeah.
Please.
like we said before, that this is the initial form, the initial form of collaborative governments. So there's still many room for improvement, and we in our paper we use the simple like input process output. The data is gathered in monitoring system, and after that the data is analyzed, and after they analyze, it become a data mart, so we can specifically use the data. For example, like we are in DGT in Texas, we analyze based on the the total production. We compare it with their paid tax, and for example in the custom they use the export import duties, and also in the OJK they try to regulate. I think there's still no firm regulation in OJK in IDEX carbon, so we can improve for example the regulation based on the data. We can analyze the data, we can make a forecasting in the future, so we can find the anomaly in the data based on the data, and we can use it to improve the whole government, the whole institution by using the carbon credit. I think this.
Okay, thank you. I think that will be all for the first presenter. Let's give a big round of applause. Okay, then again, thank you everybody. You have made a very interesting topic for a paper. Hope to see you again next year, and hopefully next year we also have been implemented this carbon tax. Okay, so next on the second presentation, I invite Hatsoka Amoda to present related to frontier technology to enhance customer surveillance and monitoring on burden zone facilities in Indonesia. Oh, so you are? Oh, please. Please have a seat. Okay, you can have the mic. You can start your presentation. You have 15 minutes. Thank you. No, it takes some time. You want to use mine?
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, listening with guests, fellow researcher, and all the participants. My name is Javas. First and foremost, I will express my gratitude toward Ministry of Finance and WCO World and Custom Organization for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to present my paper. So today I'm about to present my paper entitled "The Harnessing Frontier Technologies to Enhance Customs Surveillance and Monitoring in Bandit Zone Facility in Indonesia." Okay, this is the title. So next, please. Yes, this is the background why I wrote this paper. First thing first is because Indonesia is located at the intersection of the Malacca Strait, Indian Ocean, and Pacific Oceans. With its strategic proximity and burgeoning trades of volumes, Indonesia heavily relies on border zone to streamline its logistics and trade operations. So customs, as a part of border agency, are holding the key of international supply chains because custom clearance considered as a pivotal factors to international trade, particularly in logistic process. And country competitiveness index depend on how custom services efficiency and effectiveness taking apart. So border zone, in conclusion, is playing a vital role in the national growth economy. The current operation of customs, particularly in surveillance and monitoring, traditionally rely on manual inspection, physical barriers, and paper-based documentation. These methods are really labor-intensive, prone to human error, and also fraud. So custom authorities often struggle with its limited resources and increasing volume of trades day by day, leading to inefficiencies and vulnerabilities in the systems. So that's why I introduced frontier technology, because I believe frontier technologies are able to allowing the ease of public operation in service, because by data, frontier technologies is predicted
to foster until 9.5 trillion by 2023 based on the report from UNCTAD 2023. So next. So this is the definition of bonded zone facility. All the participants can read by yourself in the video, the display. There are 7 types of bonded zone, consists of bonded zone center, bonded zone warehouse, bonded zone area, duty free, bonded zone exhibition, recycling center, and bonded zone auction. So based on the function, bonded zone is established to attract foreign investors, creating new employments, boosting current economic growth, increase its national income by encouraging export activities, and subsequently raise its X factor. As you know, the formula of GDP or national growth is also included by the net export. Okay, next. Yes, this is the front technology. Sorry for the mix-up text in front of you. I will explain. Front-end technology is the technology that clearly has the capability to reshape industry of communication and technology, ICT, by providing many breakthrough solutions to global challenges and most likely will displace existing process in the future. So front-end technologies are appearing in the intersection of radical scientific innovation and real-world implementation based on the definition by UNFCCC 2022. So what are they? What are the front-end technologies? Next. This is the front-end technologies that I believe can enhance the current operation of custom surveillance and monitoring. The first thing is about Internet of Things. Second is artificial intelligence, and the third one is drones and robots. IoT term is used to describe a network of interconnected devices that collect all the data in real time. Meanwhile, AI encompasses various technologies that enable machines to perform tasks that usually be done by human intelligence, such as pattern recognition, decision making, and predictive analysis. Drones and robots offer versatile surveillance capabilities, which can be used to monitor wide-ranging and very far-reach areas in bonded zones, and it can provide real video footage, capture high-resolution images, and etc. Next. So this is the current practices on bonded zone facilities on monitoring and surveillance. As you can see, based on Part 2 BC 2019, there are existing 3 monitoring systems, which are general monitoring, special monitoring, and self-independent monitoring. So about the general monitoring, it's regularly conducted to ensure the adherence of each factory inside bonded zone facility. And general monitoring is conducted once in a month or once in 3 months for a self-service bonded zone. General monitoring is also conducted on the compliance of licensing requirements, unloading procedures, stockpiling, processing, recording, and company activities related to custom and excise, such as IT inventory, CCTV, and ERNA. ERNA is existence, responsibility, nature of business, and audibility. Meanwhile, special monitoring enable authorities, this is custom officials, perform in-depth analysis, allowing the enforcement and investigations team to easily monitor the movement of goods and activities inside the bonded zones. So the custom officials subsequently able to intercept the potential incurred crime activities. Post-audit, rectification note, and joint analysis also engage occasionally to ensure the compliance. But however, the outcome didn't see the expectation. These advancements are often piecemeal and lack of integration, limiting their overall impact, particularly with the rapid development of today's technology. So next. This is the problem in bonded zone facility due to inadequacy of current monitoring and surveillance systems. Based on the report from Supreme Audit Agency or BPK and statement from Ministry of Industry, they said monitoring system inside the bonded facility is still insignificant. Investigation report from the Supreme Audit Agency shows that the IT inventory system unable to show real-time condition, which is conflicted. And also the DGCE as the supervisor is lacking the integrated database which link and collect all the data from the general monitoring, special monitoring, or self-independent monitoring. As the consequences, all of this problem lead to another related parties that enable to monitor the follow-up of the implementation, particularly on non-billing recommendations. And in addition, there is a risk of inappropriate granting of bonded zone facility permit inaccurately. And also, weak monitoring and surveillance also damage the local textile industry, which is many textile industry factories as inside the bonded zone. Based on report from Association of Indonesian Fiber and Filament Manufacturers, APSYFI, the illegal or recorded textile imports reached 320,000 tons in 2022. There is a slight increase of 12.28% compared to the previous year of 285,000 tons. This equivalent of 16,000 containers, and the loss generated by this illegal textile imports practice reached 22.48 trillion Indonesian rupiah, and the government also has the potential to lose the revenue in the form of taxes amounting to 19 trillion Indonesian rupiah. Okay, next. So why this matters? Based on data, bonded facilities indeed generates a great number of tax. In 2023 itself, bonded zone generate almost 374 trillion Indonesian rupiah only from tax and custom duty. It doesn't count the multiplier effect, the domino effect of bonded zone, which is contribute to national employment, regional inflation, and also national growth of economic. In 2024, bonded zone is predicted to generate almost 400 trillion forecasting from its tax and custom duty itself, even though there is a slight shortfall because the due to declining price of crude palm oil or CPO, and it will, in conclusion, will contribute on 1 until 2% in total national income. Yeah, next. So that's why I will explain the beneficial of integrating on harnessing quantum technologies, particularly in custom surveillance and monitoring. So the first one, with the grid integrated IoT or Internet of Things has the potential to enhance current custom surveillance and monitoring by providing real-time visibility into movement and status of goods within bonded zones. As you know, that Directorate General of Customs and Excise already implemented ESEAL, which is we can track the real-time movement of the trucking which carrying the containers towards the bonded zone. By integrating this kind of technology, IoT-enabled sensor which attached to a seal can track their precise location, condition, and movement throughout the process. And this allows custom authorities to monitor the flow of goods in real time, ensuring that they remain contact and intact within designed bonded zone and not divert or tampered. And the second one is about the IoT embedded device. IoT embedded device able to automate the collection and the reporting data related to custom compliance. As you know, the good that been saved or storage in the bonded zone is maximum in 3 years if the goods is safe in bonded zone area. So that's why maximizing this kind of IoT embedded device able to enhance this current custom surveillance, particularly on goods saving in the bonded zone. Another advantage of utilizing IoT is the custom officials able to enhance their information system by integrate directly in the access control and monitoring room, because customs is provided by the monitoring room is the obligatory by the every single factory inside the bonded zone. So with this integrated custom officials able to immediately pursue if there is another or if there is occurrence of smuggling, particularly on bonded zone facility. This reduces the risk of smuggling and theft. So meanwhile, drones and biorobots, as you can see in front of you, is the Boston's dynamic quadruped robot spots, or you can sort them by the Boston spots. It's very useful robot. It's very useful for observing non-stop 24 hours without any breaks. This is particularly useful for detecting unauthorized activities such as smuggling or unauthorized access. they might not visible from ground level or in the night, which is very dark. In the event of smuggling or suspicious activity, drones and robots can be deployed rapidly to assess the situation, provide real-time footage to custom officials. This enables a faster and more informed response, potentially preventing further escalations or loss. And drones and also robots can also able to handling specific or dangerous goods, which it needs a special handling measure. This is particularly important for office, which is lack of officer, like in my office in Lok Sumawe. The distance between the bonded zone facility and the office is approximately around 30 or 40 kilometers. And also Lok Sumawe is facing a shortage of official employee. So I think the implementation of utilization the robots and the drone will be more beneficial, particularly.
Sorry, you have 2 more minutes.
Okay,
Please speed up.
thank you. So next, so this is the case studies of utilizing frontier technology from other WCO countries. First, Singapore able to enhance their frontier technology to national trade platform integrates blockchain. In AI, they're used for their job interview vacancy and utilize spot robots to monitor people in public during COVID-19. Meanwhile, Netherlands has adopted the Threatline platform, which uses IoT technology to streamline custom procedures. Meanwhile, South Korea also able to deploy AI-powered system for risk assessment and anomaly detections, and able to generating 5D image to their X-ray scanning process by maximizing IoT, resulting on more accurate physical examination and shortening the custom clearance process in overall. Next. So this is the challenge of on implementing frontier technology in Indonesia custom system. First, about the data quality, availability, and security. As you know, Indonesia's government was under fire following the string of breaches done by Bjorka hackers. So even though the breaches able to handle properly, the issue is the concern about the protection of national security data. So I recommend to data to be backed up by data regularly, hiring third-party security companies, international companies, and encouraging every IT officer in each of ministry with proven security training. So about the complexity and cost, as you know, the frontier technology is very costly. So with this budget constraint, as you know, Indonesia is running budget deficit. So there's only limited budget we can able to maximize or utilize. So having the willingness to spend the budget wisely, particularly on enhancing the frontier technologies, have to be done. Next. So this is the conclusion. The benefits of frontier technology far outweigh the potential drawbacks by enhancing the efficiency, security, and subsequently empowered its current practicing of the surveillance and monitoring system on bonded zones, such as the ISIL, IoT and monitoring room, IT embedded device, drone robots which can work non-stop 24 hours, mapping accurately, inspecting regularly, and handling specific dangerous goods. Meanwhile, AI can be integrated with intelligent node done by custom enforcement and investigators. Next. This is the policy recommendation. We need to invest truly in frontier technologies, and we have to invest it wisely, considering the limited budget constraint in Indonesia. So the second one is the enhanced data security and privacy protection and revision current act of bonded zone facility. By adopting this policy recommendation, Indonesia can create a more efficient, secure, and transparent, subsequently empower its custom surveillance and monitoring systems within its bonded zone facility. This will not only enhance the current competitiveness index in global trade, but also contribute to the broader goals of economic growth in Indonesia. Okay, next. Thank you for your attention. I'm Javas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Javas, for your interesting presentation. So what we've been talk about is related to how in Indonesia we have bonded zone. Yes, maybe in other countries also bonded zone, but specifically how we could use frontier technology to, let's say, enhance the bonded zone. So in Indonesia, actually, we also have something like, what do you call it? Independent bonded zone. We also have some kind of independent bonded zone where they, let's say, maintain themselves, and then custom will not have to be there physically every day to check on them. Okay, so for this presentation, do you have any takers first from the room? Any question? Not yet? Okay, so we have a question from online. So the question is, how will the implementation of this frontier technology address concerns related to data privacy and security? Actually, regarding to sensitive information. This is a recurring theme actually. So from previous session, one of the common concern is related to data security. What measure in place to ensure this data collected and used responsibly? Okay, please respond.
Okay, I will try to answer it quickly due to limited time. So already what I mentioned before, the concern and the challenge about implementing frontier technologies is about the data privacy and security. As you know, data breaches often happen in our government's officials, government's agency. So especially regarding the sensitive information from business operator within border zone, I think the best way to ensure the security and privacy data from every business operation within border zones is to hire the third security parties in over the world. Because as you know, the third party in maintaining the security data particularly is already established, already tangibly proven. So I think it's the best way, it's the quicker way, and it is although it will cost the budget more rather than we secure it by ourselves in each of every agency. But I think the best way for now is hiring the third-party data so we can adapt and improve and overcome of the challenge. And what the measures are in place to ensure the data collected is protected and used responsibility. So I think I recommend make something new about the law on data security and privacy, because I think Ministry of Communication and Information is the one who responsible to ensure the data security and privacy. So we can collaborate together, we can exchange our thought about the measurement of the data privacy and security together, so we can meet in the middle and provide a better solution for everyone in Indonesia particularly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the response. Just a bit of comment. So this sensitive information, usually from business, there are some limitation, usually regarding the law. Like in Indonesia, you cannot put your data in physically outside of Indonesia, for government data especially. So there is a specific law that usually same in most of the countries, so you cannot put the data outside. So sometimes third-party, let's say third-party management is more or less still debatable, but usually you have to manage it your own. And then again, in my experience, usually what it needs is a good governance. Usually the problem is not always related to IT. You need to differentiate which problem is IT and technical related, which one is governance related. There is no point if you have encryption, RSA, 64-bit and everything, but the guy who need to access the data put his password on his computer and put it and post it. So that's his governance issue. We need to make clear there's a different thing. And there's also governance related to, I might add, related to update. Usually if you maintain a system, you need to put it always update. The breach usually happen if you don't update your system. It could seems like, so it's easy, right? Just update your system. No, it's not. You can have myriad of system in your system. You have subsystem with subsystem in it, and all the system need to be upgraded. So more or less is usually related to that governance actually. So how we train people, how we make our human resource, they understand about the risk that is happening here. So no, I don't think there is, in my personal opinion, there is no such thing as IT solution per se. More or less is related to governance. Technical, yes, but it cannot solve everything. But this interesting thing that we could, how we use a third-party management. Maybe someday, but usually the law haven't managed that until now. It's not been, well, yes, it's not possible, I think. Okay, do we have another question related to this issue, this presentation? online, do we have any other question? No? Not yet? Okay, if no, because we still have a little bit of time, I want to ask. So I want to have a question. So this is a very interesting proposal, actually. Yeah, we have a proposal on implementing this and that and this. But our Ministry of Finance, Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, usually said that if we government spend $1 for every collecting, we should get at least $1.4. It's more related to cost, actually. So do you really think, I don't know, in my opinion, does it really need to be that advanced? Because technology is not the answer for everything. It's not the panacea. It's not going to answer every problem. It's, let's say the issue here is related to IT inventory. Why not make the IT inventory or push people from the private sector, the trader and so on, to make a better IT inventory system? Maybe it should be cheaper than like have to implement a lot of assortment of technology, because you need to, let's say, yeah, it's a big investment and this is different. Do we invest, or maybe they invest, but somebody has to pay for it. So how do you think? Do you, if, I don't know, is from your perspective or from your research, is it something that are feasible to be implemented? Please respond.
Okay, thank you for the question. So I think what Minister of Finance, Ibu Sri Mulyani, said before, if we invest $1, we should get 1.5 in return, right? So I think this implementation of frontier technology already proven in other countries, which is considered as advanced countries, not the middle income countries like us. So I think the prosperity, the growth of national economic is in line with the implementation of the utilization of the technology. So I think based on the current situation, I think Indonesia is good at implementing the policy. We ensure that the policy is already planned, but for now, not for the 2 or 3 years later. Based on my paper, but due to the limitation of source of data, I'm unable to show you the specific amount of specific data about that. But I think with the rapid advancement of technology, we need to make the policy based on the 2 or 3 years ahead, in particularly in customs services, because with the advancements of technology, it can be disruptive, like what we are discussing right now, or it can be beneficial for us if we made a good regulation or made a good policy to comprehend or to adherence in the line with the rapid advancements of technology. I think this is my personal perspective and personal statement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It should be personal. It's your paper. Okay, thank you. So thank you, Javas, for this presentation of your paper. Maybe we could meet next year and maybe give you more detail, because you can always build on your paper that you are been writing right now. You can make it a little bit more detailed in the future.
I hope it as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nagara.
Let's give a round of applause. Okay, so for our next author or speaker, the theme related to enhancing wildlife trade enforcement in Malaysia by Dr. Muhammad Hairul bin Haji Mohsaleh. I may call him Hairul. Are you with us right now? Hello? Are you with us right now? Oh, it's still loading? Okay, we'll wait. Just a moment. So this is the paper is Enhancing Wildlife Trade Enforcement in Malaysia, a review of role of disruptive technologies and multi-stakeholder collaboration. I reviewed this paper myself, and it's an interesting paper because it shows on the practical level how is the collaboration and frontier technology will be done related to a specific type of wildlife trade enforcement in practical in Malaysia. We're gonna know more detail from the author himself. Oh, you already here? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, please give your presentation. You have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good afternoon. Actually, I think my Wi-Fi unstable in here. I'm in out of town. I just using my hotel Wi-Fi, so I apologize for the any uh, problem, technical errors is gonna happen in advance. Okay. So my name is Muhammad Hairul Muhammad Saleh. I'm working as Assistant Director of uh, Customs at Royal Malaysian Customs Department. So today I will present my papers, which is I got the email from WCO Indonesia. So I just try to write this paper. I wrote this paper after I saw the theme of this conference. So I developed this paper entitled as Enhancing Wildlife Threats Enforcement in Malaysia, a review of the role of disruptive technologies and multi-stakeholder collaboration. Actually, I hold a PhD in genetics, so I'm biologist. So the close related with my field is CITES, wildlife threats. So that is why I choose this title. So because I think I can share some part of me. So as for an introduction, this review as for the integration between the stakeholder collaboration and also disruptive technology using by Royal Malaysian Customs Department in Malaysia. So the key technologies such as DNA barcoding is my expertise also. And other than that is AI, RFID, and also blockchain is like quite famous technologies using by custom globally. So in order to monitor, to enforce the wildlife threats in Malaysia. The review highlight the successful case study. The previous studies are focused on 10 years before to identify any challenge, so any technologies that uh, can contribute to handle the wildlife threats in Malaysia. Moreover, we also focus on the importance of collaboration.
Hello, you still with us? Okay, loading. Okay. I think we have a little bit technical issue here with the network.
Technical errors because of my Wi-Fi networking in here.
Okay, please continue.
Sorry for that.
Yes, I think we have a little bit echo in your sound, so it's not quite clear. But please do try to continue.
Hi, hello. Hello. I'm so sorry because of the networking. I try to the other place maybe, but I just worry about the time. So can we continue or?
Yes. Please continue. We can hear you.
So the objective are actually to examine hybrid between the disruptive technologies and also multi-stakeholder collaboration in order to enforce the wildlife threat in Malaysia. And the knowledge gap actually realized the lack of comprehensive um, papers of information about integration disruptive technologies combined with and also uh, limited in order to put the wildlife threat, or maybe we want to stop the illegal wildlife threats in Malaysia. Next. All right, material methods actually got several methods, but three methods is the main methods. Actually, strategy in searching data. So we use a free database like Google Scholar, Scopus, and PubMed. And also for inclusion and exclusion criteria, we focus on paper using English medium and also 10 years previous 10 years ago publication. We focus on 2014 until now. So the selection process is we screen the abstract. Is it related with the RMCD and related with Malaysia uh, customs, you know? So next slide, thank you.
Hello, are you still with us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Still.
Okay.
Sorry. The next slide. We can continue.
Yes, we can hear you.
So this authority of the Royal Malaysian Custom, actually, of course, the Custom Act 1967 and the provision of important and export orders. At the same time, custom also enforce the CITES. So actually, CITES is not tracked by Malaysian. Actually, there is other international bodies. So we just enforce in Malaysian borders. At the same time, we not stand alone because we are only maybe collect the tax, you know. So some technology, some samples of wildlife, we need to collaborate with the other government agencies or NGOs such as Department of Wildlife and National Parks, Sarawak Forestry, and also Sabah Forestry for Borneo area. So next slide. So disruptive focus disruptive technologies in custom. So this first chapter. The second chapter we focus on multi stakeholder collaboration. So for this one, we have two subtopics: RMCD and global customs. Next slide. So this is the 9 technologies which is applied by RMCD. But as I mentioned before this, we not totally apply it because we are not standalone. We collaborate with other agencies too. So the 9 technologies I think is most common in custom around the world. Next. This is a global custom technologies. Uh, for for technologies, which is also blockchain technologies, as you know, I think Indonesian also apply this based on my case studies and also the presentation, previous one. You know, the internet patent.
Hello, are you still with us? Hello? Not connected yet? Okay, I think we have some technical difficulties relating to the, I think maybe the network or on the presenter side. Okay, we'll wait just a moment. Okay, the presentation is not over yet, but we already have a question. I think we'll wait until the presenter could join us again. Okay, if I may fill in the blanks here. So the paper is, in essence, related to how we connect disruptive technology and also multi-stakeholder coordination related to trade, wildlife trade enforcement, and specifically in Malaysia. And as we saw before, that the author already presented us, he already have comparative studies between what already been done in Malaysia and what are the international standard. Actually, this is a very interesting paper, and from my perspective, this is from what I review in this conference. This is the one that's more scholarly, like more like in the Scopus level of paper. You have to have very much like 50, like he says, have 50 journal or paper to reference for his writing here. So it's very comprehensive in my opinion. But then we need to hear from him because there are several questions that will be asked. He's already here or still loading?
Yeah, still.
You're already here. Okay. Okay. Would you like to continue with the presentation? Oh, could you please turn off the camera? That might be better for the bandwidth.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Yes, you can
Okay.
continue the presentation. Where were we? We are in
Uh,
slide related to what slide are we?
yeah, the global custom, I think.
Oh yes,
We
the
start
global. Yeah,
there.
the global custom. Yeah.
The global. Yeah.
Next slide, please. Yes, here we are. Okay, this is where we left off. Please continue.
Okay. The artificial AI, drone, blockchain technology, and IoT. I think this four is the most common applied by global customs to control the wildlife threats in the world. So the next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. Okay. This is the common species or common wildlife piece in Malaysia. Okay. The next slide. Okay. First, handling elephant, ivory, tigers, turtles, tortoise, orangutan, bird and reptiles, bears, and also rhinoceros and fish. Next slide. Okay, this is from the report, RNCD report, and also from the newspapers in Malaysia. The first photos in elephant tusk and tortoise from newspaper and bird nest. This is the wildlife threats in Malaysia cases actually illegally, you know. Next slide. So the next chapter is we focus on multi-stakeholder collaboration. So the collaboration is among government agencies, NGOs, communities, and international bodies. So for government, as just now I said, custom also collaborate with DWNP, with the chemistry department, with the markets, you know, NGOs. We to have more strength in order to stop or to reduce the illegal wildlife trade in Malaysia. Local communities will focus on to increase the public awareness, and also maybe we collaborate with the local community, we hire them to together to patrol, to monitor the wildlife, especially in borders of Malaysia. International bodies actually we want to ensure any regulation or updating the technologies globally, you know. So we need to have international body collaboration such as Excise and WWF or something. So, okay, what strategy can be implemented to foster stronger collaboration among various stakeholders? Can you can you display that the question? Okay. The important for the multi-stakeholder, of course, to effective strategies in combating IWT, and also to highlight um, and what can suit, can collaborate with the stakeholder and to enhance the the effective or good solutions in order to cater the wildlife threat issues in Malaysia. Next slide. So right now, in conclusion, I think in conclusion, we try um, to break the knowledge that we produce a paper, review paper, which is integrated between the interactive technologies and disruptive technologies and also the multi-stakeholder in order to together to enforce the wildlife threat in Indonesia for the illegal one. And we collaborate also with the NGOs. We use the with the new technologies, to effective control the wildlife threats in Malaysia. So any question from the audience? Thank you so much for
Okay.
listening, and I'm so
Yes.
sorry about the
Yes. Thank you, Harul,
disturbance.
for your
Thank you so much.
interesting
So sorry,
presentation.
so sorry.
Yes, we are
Yeah,
very sorry also about the network here. I don't know why. It should be normal.
yeah.
Yesterday's relatively normal, but maybe today, maybe it's gonna rain. Yeah, who knows? Sorry, just joking. So we already have a question from online. So the question is, what strategies can be implemented to foster stronger collaboration among various stakeholders involved in wildlife threat enforcement, including government agencies, NGOs, and local communities? How can this partnership be structured to ensure effective information sharing and coordinated action against illegal wildlife trade? Your response?
Okay. I think for Malaysian, we hire the stakeholder, to together to patrol the wildlife in Malaysia or something. So maybe we have incentive to the stakeholder to give some information about the illegal activities or wildlife threats in Malaysia, something like that. So at the same time, because we are customs, we know our limitation. So we have a lot of collaborations. We developed for a long time working, even in local and uh, international networkings. So we need to have continuous. Uh, the challenge is we need to maintain and continuous collaborate with them. So that is the challenge. So uh, how we handle it. So maybe we need to have a yearly and monthly meeting with them and
Okay, thank you for the response. I think it is clear from this paper that, and in accordance to the theme of the conference, so technology cannot stand by itself. It also need a collaboration. Multi-stakeholder collaboration is also important in this matter. We cannot just go with the technology without any collaboration and so on. Collaboration without technology is, let's say, not so effective. So that's the point from his doing this paper. Okay. I think we already run out of time. Thank you so much, Hairul, for joining us today. Hope we will see you again next year on the next conference. Then again, please, for the last time, let's give a big round of applause to our presenters. And then I will go back to the MC for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Tagara, for leading such a very fruitful discussion. Distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a 1 hour lunch break. lunch has been prepared and is available just outside this room. So please feel free to help yourself and enjoy the meal. And after the break, we will continue the selected paper presentation. Thank you very much and enjoy your lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to remind you that we will come back to this room again for continue the next presentation at 1:20. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat because we will start the next session shortly. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the next session, and we hope you enjoy your lunch. We will start the session by having a quizzes. So we hope that everyone, is available with their gadget or maybe with the laptop and everything. So shortly we will show you the code of the quizzes.
Yeah. So please get ready with your own gadget. You can use your phone or your laptop. Okay.
And for your information, for this quizzes, we will choose five top winners from Zoom and online, but not for the YouTube. And this is for Indonesian officer only. Thank you. And for the offline, everyone can join, but not for the online.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, get ready with your own gadget. You can use your phone or your laptop. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the quizzes link is already on the screen. You can join via use any device to open joinmyquiz.com from that website. Joinmyquiz.com. We already have a few participants join.
Yes.
And you can enter the game code in with 426226.
So we are waiting for a while for everyone to join.
We already have 7 participants. Maybe you can use your real name, so we can easily recognize you. Bukan Buses, Tata, Budi.
Yes, in case you are the winner, it's easy to recognize. So
Yeah,
please
that's right.
write down your real name.
It look like so many anonymous participants here. Some participants don't want to show their real name. Silent.
Even Silent is here.
Silent is so loud.
Yes, coffee.
Sebut saja Bunga.
Okay, hi Bunga.
Okay, 26. from offline participants, you can join, and from online participants via Zoom meeting, and for Indonesian only. Okay, operator, please show the code, the game code, please. Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, you can join the quiz via joinmyquiz.com, and then you can enter the game code 426226. And in case there's a winner from the Zoom participant, you can send a direct message on the Instagram, on the RTC Indonesia Instagram in @Pusdiklat Bea Cukai. Once again, for the participants who win from Zoom meeting from online, you can send a direct message to RTC Indonesia Instagram @Pusdiklat Bea Cukai.
And we will start the quizzes shortly.
Okay, 47 already. Is there anyone willing to join? You can join the quiz via joinmyquiz.com and then enter the game code 426226. Okay, we will count down 48. Maybe we wait for 2 more. No? Okay, we count down here.
Count down for 10 seconds.
10,
Yeah.
9,
8,
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we'll start. Okay, the first question.
So get ready with your gadget.
What is the full form of the term WCO RTC? Okay, we are waiting 15 seconds.
Less than 5 seconds.
Okay, 2, 1, time's up. For the first question. Miko, okay, Han leading the leaderboard.
Mata Jitu for the
Okay.
second one.
Oh, 37 people, 37 participants get it right. It's the answer is World Customs Organization Regional Training Center.
Yes.
Okay, can we proceed to the next question? Okay, second question.
Second question. The question is, RTC Indonesia has organized international conferences 4 times out of those 4 times. How many were held in person?
10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, time's up.
Let's see the result.
Okay, let's see who's leading the leaderboard. Wow, it changes.
It's quite quick.
Okay, 24 participants get it right. Okay, maybe we can proceed to the next question. What is the main theme of the WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference in 2024? Today, don't forget, it's a bit long.
Yeah, you can see from the left and the right side of this room as well.
Five seconds away.
Yeah, time is up.
Leaderboard.
Oh, still Han.
No,
oh, no,
it's
changed.
high.
It's high
High.
now. Okay.
29 participants.
Answer it correctly. It's
Okay.
great. And we are coming to the next question. The question is, how many winning papers were selected at this international conference?
10 seconds. Time's up. Okay, let's check it. Wow, it's not changes. Hai
Yeah.
is still leading.
And Matajitu in the second position.
26 participants get it right. Okay, we're going to the next question. Halfway to go. What category of disruptive technologies do the following customs technologies fall into? Smart sensors or intelligent sensors, X-ray screening machines and detectors, cargo and vehicle inspection.
Okay, we have 15 seconds left. 7, 10.
The question is a bit long.
Yes, just read it carefully. Time
Time's
is
up.
up. We'll see the leaderboard. Hi, still in the
Hai
first
still
position.
in the first position.
Cool.
25 people. Okay.
Next question. The following are examples of the implementation of disruptive technologies in the field of customs from big data, data analytics, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. Exact. So 10 seconds left.
5 seconds away. Time's up. Okay.
And how is the leaderboard now?
It is still high in the leading way.
We'll see.
No.
Wow, it's changed.
It changes and it's okay. 20 people. We proceed to the next question. In the aspect of partnership with various cross-border institutions, there is the acronym CBRA. What does CBRA stand for? Focus. 10 seconds away. Time's up.
Time is up.
Okay.
So what is CBRA means? Oh, see, we will see the leaderboard first.
Wow. Cross-border regulatory agencies.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, 38 people, participants get it right.
Great. Next question. What is the topic of the material presented by one of the speakers today, Mr. Puji Seswanto from the National Logistics Ecosystem Team? I hope everyone still remember.
Gia, thank you for answering the question.
Sorry, I didn't see.
It's okay.
I'm sorry, I give you the answer.
Thank you. Okay. But if you still get it wrong, it's wow.
I hope that no one's getting wrong now.
Okay. Oh, still, there is some participants get it wrong.
Still? Oh my
Four
goodness.
people get it wrong.
I told you the answer, right?
Okay, we're going to the next question. the name of the project of program led by one of the speakers today, Mr. Arman Zhalitov.
I'm not gonna tell the answer now. Find it by yourself.
Be careful.
Time is
Time's
up.
up. Okay. Okay. The leaderboard is changing again.
Yes, come back to high.
Oh, wow. Okay. A few participants get it wrong, so only 15 participants get it right. Okay, to the last question.
Last question.
The moment of truth.
Yeah. Which countries' custom units share best practices on disruptive technology on the first day? It's yesterday presentation.
Which countries? Okay, time's up. The moment of truth. Let's see who is leading the leaderboard. Wow, it's not changing. Okay.
Yes.
35% get it right.
It's China and Dutch customs
Okay.
for the answer. I think we already finished all of the questions. Now it's time to see
Who's the top 5?
Yes, top 5 winner. That's still.
In the third place,
Yes, congratulations.
Rido. Congratulations for the top 3. Hi, Mata Jitu and Rido.
Yes, please give a big applause.
Okay.
And for the other
Can we show the full result of
Yes.
the top 5? Okay, let's see the top 5. The first place going to Hae. The second place going to Mata Jitu. The third place going to Rido. The fourth place going to Rites, and the fifth place, if I'm not mistaken, is going to Prabowo.
So is there any winner here from the top 5
that's right,
that we have mentioned?
Oh, we have our president here.
Oh, it's everyone. So please raise your hand.
Is there anyone winning from here? Okay, 4 people.
Wow.
4 participants
4
here.
participants.
Okay, so 1 participant is online from Zoom meeting.
So
Okay.
So all the winners already get.
Okay, for the winner from the Zoom meeting application, please send direct message to the RTC Indonesia Instagram at Pusdiklat Bea Cukai. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to our winner.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope everyone is not sleepy anymore as we have just finished the quizzes. So for the next session, we will continue the paper presentation shortly, and this session will be led by a moderator, Bapak Jopi Teja Sentana. Bapak Jopi Teja Sentana is a trainer at Indonesia Customs and Excise Education and Training Academy. He graduated his Diploma 4 from Polytechnic State of Finance 10 in 2010 and continued his master degree in Indonesia University and International University of Japan from 2013 to 2015. So without further ado, please welcome Bapak Jopi Teja Sentana.
Thank you, Gia and Mr. Taufik. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Head of WCO RTC Asia Pacific Indonesia, Bapak Untarto Wibowo. Chairman, or I may say Chairwoman of the Professional Association of Ministry of Finance Trainer, or Widya Iswara, Ibu Heru Widiatmanti. Distinguished guests from the US, Netherlands, Belgium, and Australia. Our colleagues from Polytechnic of State Finance, STAN, and all the participants, good afternoon. Now we are coming to the next session of the fourth WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference 2004, which is the presentation from the speakers. Actually, we will have 3 speakers in this session, but unfortunately, the first speaker cannot come in place today due to other reasons. So we're coming to the next presenter, titled Transparency and Public Participation, Building Public Trust in Directorate General of Customs and Excise. There are 3 writers, the speakers for this paper. We ask those 3 presenters to come to the stage. Mr. Krishna Duyan Amarullah, Mr. Haikal Muda Railal, and Chandra Hadianto. Give round of applause for the speakers. Thank you very much. Okay. So, Mr. Krishna Duyan Amarullah and Mr. Chandra Hadianto is an Indonesian custom officer, while Mr. Haikal Muda Ralial is coming from Secretariat General of Ministry of Finance. You will be given time for 20 minutes for the presentation. After that, we will have 10 minutes for the Q&A session. I will remind you when the time is 3 minutes left, so the time is yours.
Thank you so much, Mas Yopi. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, government officials, distinguished delegates, proud authors, and all participants across the globe who are joining the session, whether online or present in this room. I would like to express our gratitude first to the Ministry of Finance and also the Customs and Excise Training Center as the World Customs Organization Regional Training Center in the Asia-Pacific region for organizing this exciting event. It's such an honor for us to be selected as one of the presenting papers in this very conference. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Chandra Dianto. You can call me Chandra. I am currently serving in the Directorate General and Customs and Excise in Sumbawa Island. Coming with me are these 2 distinguished gentlemen. Next to me is a young diplomat. He is Haikal Mudarialel from the Secretariat General of Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And another one is Krishna Duyan Amarullah. He's also from the Indonesian Customs, currently serving at the Soekarno-Hatta International Airport. So today, we will be presenting the possibility of building more public trust in the Directorate General of Customs and Excise through transparency and public participation. On to the next slide. So this is the outline of our presentation for today. We are using the Democracy Cube framework introduced by Arkan Fang in 2006 to analyze public participation practices across the globe, as well as use it as a guidance to enhance participation in the Indonesian customs policymaking. At the end of this presentation, we will provide a recommendation to the Directorate General of Customs and Excise to bolster public trust through an improved public participation. In the next slide, so Directorate General of Customs and Excise is often received a negative sentiments from the public. So there are several cases that went viral in 2024 that hamper Indonesian customs reputation. For example, is the importation of the Braille keyboards from South Korea that was seized by Indonesian customs and then billed for hundreds of million rupiah. Those keyboards were educational grant for those who are visually impaired in a particular school in Jakarta, and later revealed that the importer was unaware of the fiscal facility procedure for the grant scheme. And then Indonesian customs helped to release the goods and provided fiscal facility and thus withdraw all the tax levied to the goods. Unfortunately, the Indonesian customs reputation has already been damaged. Another case was the issuance of the import regulation, the regulation of the Ministry of Trade number 36 of 2023. And the regulation was later revoked due to the public outrage, seeing the policy as unjust and impractical. Although Indonesian customs is not the issuing authority for the regulation, but still the public fingers was pointed sharply to the frontline institution. Moreover, recent corruption cases earlier this year have also intensified negative sentiment to the Indonesian customs. The public trust once again declined. So these examples highlight a reactive and corrective approach in the Indonesian customs policy making. If the Indonesian customs want to foster trust and thus legitimacy, transparency and public participation must be improved. The World Trade Organization also emphasized the importance of these two things, the transparency and public consultation, as it became the first two articles in the Trade Facilitation Agreement, the agreement that was aimed at boosting international trade by making border management and customs procedures more efficient. Actually, Indonesian customs has done a decent job in providing transparency, if transparency is interpreted as the availability of information, because every regulation has been provided in its official website and also accessible to public. However, they are available after ratification, so the public participation was left behind, especially under the current Ministry of Finance regulation making guidance. The focus is on the inter-government agency coordination and not with public consultation. Next slide, please. So what kind of transparency that is really needed by the Indonesian customs? So many scholars define transparency differently, and more transparency doesn't always better. A particular study by Kayla Tinhar suggests that transparency is divided by its aims and methods. She introduced the typology of transparency, which ranging from the most conventional one, it's transparency as a disclosure of information, and to the most extreme one, if you may, disruptive transparency that can derail an ongoing process of policy making. But a lot of academics and international institutions suggest that a higher public trust required a deliberative transparency, which focuses on the participation of the decision-making process. Because active participation from relevant stakeholders in the policy formulation will create a meaningful engagement, leading to a higher public trust and better policy outcomes. In the next slide, we can see that we've selected several countries and union, such as Australia, Singapore, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom, and also the European Union. We will use these examples to compare it with Indonesia in the basis of higher logistic performance index. Moreover, these samples contain adequate data for our analysis using the democracy cube framework. Under the concept, public engagement approaches will be identified and compared in the current practices in Indonesian customs. So Further and deeper analysis about Democracy Cube will be presented by Haikal, my friend here. So over to you, Haikal.
Thank you, Chandra. So next slide, please. My part focuses on the Democracy Cube framework. This is an approach to understand and analyze public participation efforts in policymaking in general. So for those unfamiliar with this framework, the Democracy Cube is coined by Arman, Harvard Kennedy School professor. It consists of 3 axes. The picture, I will show you the picture really soon. So the axes were the scope or breadth of participation. The second is the method or depth of communication and decision making. And lastly, the influence of public participation towards the final decision of policy. So using these 3 axes, we can assess and compare cases of policy making, in this case, in the case of customs and excise policy sphere, and to identify gaps from which we can suggest possible ideas and strategies to fill them. Next slide, please. So here you go, the picture. I hope everyone can see the cube. So there are 3 axes, thus making this a cube. The y-axis goes to the top, is on the authority and power of the public, from just receiving the information of a new policy to actually being consulted. And at the deepest level, at the lowest part of the axis is them fully self-governed policy. And the z-axis that comes out ranges from the public as just listener of a policy and to be able to express and develop preferences up to being in a direct negotiation with the government as an expert of the issue. But I want you to focus today on the x-axis, which is the breadth of participation. It has expert administrators on the innermost of the axis, and also the society at large at the other side of the axis. Arman specifically groups those in the middle, in between the extremes, as the mini publics, from voluntary participation, randomly chosen stakeholders, up to the nearest to the government, which are the professional stakeholders and representatives, such as the academics, unionists, lobby groups, and the most relevant of today's discussion is the trade communities. All of these actors within the mini publics can be policymakers' partner in deliberative policy consultation. So as Chandra had mentioned earlier, I want to reiterate that there are 2 keywords in achieving higher level of public trust: deliberation and transparency. So this framework advocates for both 2 keywords. Now we look at the examples of how other countries fare in their custom and excise policymaking to help us understand where DGCE is currently sitting. Next slide, please. So as mentioned earlier, we chose 5 cases from 5 countries, and we analyzed into each public consultation strategies. We just choose 1 case for each country, and we gather this information from open sources. Why? Because this is how we assess how transparent they are in the first place, and about their strategy, their processes, and the consultation results. I'm not going to explain each and every all of them, so I'm just going to choose 2 cases here. The first, the UK, for example, they conducted a part of their UK global tariff public consultation to replace the EU tariff after they exited the union, or the Brexit, as you can say. They started the consultation by doing a 4-week nationwide deliberative polling with a very wide participation scope from fellow public agencies, business associations, individual businesses, up to any individual who is interested with the issue. Another example is Singapore's public consultation on advanced export declaration. So a bit of background here. By law, a declaration has to be submitted to Singapore Customs prior to export of any type of goods. But an administrative exemption was made in 1976 to allow declaration within 3 days after the export for non-controlled and non-dutied goods by sea and air. This exemption would have been void by the 1st April 2013. So 3 years prior to that, in 2010, Singapore conducted a public consultation of the readiness of the exporters, declaring agents and also related businesses to adhere to the Advanced Export Declaration Law. So after 9 months of deliberation, followed by 4 weeks of open submission, Customs Singapore considered the inputs and gave several adjustments in the law's implementation. Among others, giving the trade communities 18 months of adjustment period to the regulation and allowing amendments for almost all of the 26 fields that in the declaration, so they can revise that 3 days after export. Next slide, please. So this is a visualization of how the 5 cases within the Democracy Cube framework. So just to be concise, I'll just point out the 2 cases that I mentioned earlier, the UK and the Singapore. You can see in the green box there that it represents the UK's global tariff consultation, which involves the broadest set of mini publics, while the yellow box, if you can see in the inside, which illustrates the Singapore's advanced export declaration with considerably less number of stakeholders involved, but show real rigor in deliberation and has real impact in the implementation of the policy. So there's also, if you can see there, there's a small box, a small black box inside. That's where the DGCE current condition is. And the current regulation, as Chandra has mentioned, only allow internal DGCE and only fellow government agencies to conduct policy formulation and implementation. So there is currently very little room for the mini publics to actively deliberate, let alone, co-design the customs policy in Indonesia. So we'll go deeper into the technicalities, and I leave it to my colleague Krishna to explore the possibilities, the possible next steps for DGCE in this regard.
Thank you, Haikal. Next slide, please. So the next part of the presentation is our recommendation to DGCE. So we suggest the DGCE to start small, doing small-scale pilot projects, and then from there gather valuable feedbacks, and then also address public concern, local concern, and also build the initial trust from the public towards DGCE. We also want to express the importance of DGCE to that meaningful engagement is important in building trust from the public. And the next step would be to assess the pilot project and adjust if there are any weaknesses, and then scale up nationwide the pilot project that we can say it's successful. Next slide, please. In doing the recommendation, we also point out key strategies that DGCE needs to prioritize. The first is that clear and consistent communication is important. So information should be made accessible and easy to understand to ensure that all stakeholders can comprehend and able to contribute meaningfully in the consultation process. And also, DGCE also needs to develop a user-friendly platforms, create a digital platform to simplify feedback collection, and also streamline the communication or consultation process. The third is also as important, but unfortunately often forgotten. That is to give regular updates and report back to the public, so the public will know how how their input to the government are used, and what are the impact of their input in the policy making process. The last but not least is training to the DGCE personnel so that they can manage public consultation effectively. Next slide, please. Aside from the key strategies, we also acknowledge that there are challenges in implementing
You have
this
3 more
type.
minutes.
Yeah, thank you. There are many challenges in implementing this type of strategy. The first is the pre-existing negative sentiment is deeply rooted in the public towards the DGCE. So building trust will take time. So DGCE needs to be patient and persistent. And also, in terms of information that will be disclosed, DGCE also needs to balance between transparency and also confidentiality, because in certain customs operation there's a need of confidentiality to ensure that our task is done properly. Next step. And then how do we measure our initiative is success or not? First is that increased public participation and positive feedback indicate a successful program. And then DGCE also can set small targets to track the progress over time. Then surveys, focus group, and social media analytics can provide insights to DGCE of public sentiment change and engagement levels. And last is a regular assessment to allow DGCE to adapt and refine strategies based on real-time feedback. And the end goal would be to allow these initiatives to be implemented nationwide. Next slide, please. In conclusion, DGCE has a significant opportunity to transform its public image and operational effectiveness through transparency and public participation. And by learning from global practices and applying tailored strategies, incorporating local context, DGCE should be able to rebuild trust and become a model for transparent government in Indonesia. I think that's all. We will come if there are any questions or comments from the audience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Krishna, and all of the speakers. Now we have 10 minutes for the Q&A session. I will give the opportunity for the participants coming in person in this room. Please make your question concise. Please raise your hand and then mention your name and then directly ask your question to the presenter. Is there any question from participant here in this room? Oh yeah, please.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Ridwan. I am from Indonesian Custom. I have two questions. The first one is, in your opinion, how do we distinguish between the real public feedback and the fabricated one? Because you say that in your slides that we must, the Indonesian Custom must addressing public concerns, and then nowadays there's a noisiness in the digital platform like in IG and X and Facebook, even on TikTok, but there are like an echo chambers and a lot of buzzers and bots, and sometimes it mislead. So if we follow their feedbacks, there is a possibility for us, Indonesian customs, to make a bad policies. And the second question is in terms of in terms of active public participation, like in your conclusion, are Indonesian customs employee considered as public participations too, or not? Okay.
Thank you, Mas Ridwan, for the question. I'll be answering the first question. How do we distinguish positive or serious responses other than just noises? Yeah. So the good thing about the public consultation method is that there are multiple examples and also multiple, I would say, the playbook of how we do the public consultation. For example, there are ways to do deliberative polling, there are ways to do co-design, etc. And each of the techniques has its own rules in how the public can give responses. Like, for example, in deliberative polling, there are only several ways the public can submit their responses. For example, I will give you the example from what we have written. For example, in the case of, can we go back to the table, please, in the presentation? Operator.
The operator, please move the slide backward. Move back again.
Back to the, we have table that shows the 5 examples. Yeah, for example, I'm just gonna wing it. So in the Singapore's case, for example, they conduct around 4 weeks of open submission of responses. So the only responses that being considered as an input to the policy making is only through that channel. The other way of expressing opinions, like from social media, will not be considered. So there's clear rules in how the public can show or can submit their idea to the policy making. That's how we differentiate which are the real voices and which are the noises. For the second question, we don't really get. Do you want to answer the question?
Let me just repeat the question. Do you mean that a customs employee can act as both as a government and as the public? Is that your question?
I'm sorry. Maybe I will ask a question again about that. In terms of, you say that in your conclusion slides, there is that encourage active public participation. So, are the Indonesian customs employee, civil servant, is considered as a public participation too? That if we, as an employee, must to spread the positive news about the customs, is that natural or is that a fabricated one? So,
okay.
So is that considered as a public participation or not?
Yeah, can we go back to the democracy cube theory?
Mr. Operator, please move back the slides to the cube. Previously, previous slide.
Number 5?
Yeah, I think slide number 5.
Slide number 5. This one.
2 more. Previous.
Slide number.
Yes,
this one.
so this one. Let's focus on the axis here. The staff of DGCE itself should fall under the government stakeholder in this particular framework. So what we're suggesting is that we go outside the government personnels and go into the mini publics, which are the academics, the trade communities, students, or whoever who's willing to contribute to the discussion. And that also translates to, relates to the first question that you said. there is a particular way of harnessing people's voices. And that's why in one of our ideas is that there needs to be training and improvement of DGCE's staff capacity in order to be able to properly conduct public consultation so that they can successfully do the consultation. Hopefully that answers the question.
Okay, so does it mean that before or prior to the enacted of the new regulation, this stages is open for publics, and then the government give a particular time, let's say several days or weeks, to get the response from the public. So, so it will address not only the government or the business actor or the academics purposes, but also in the broader perspective, all the individual or all the people can contribute, but through the legitimate channel provided.
Correct. And actually the government can also limit the number of participation. Like for example, in the UK's global tariff, they need as many responses as possible because they're on a critical juncture of Brexit. So they need as many or as much response as possible. So they open it really, really broadly. But in case of Singapore, for example, they only need to hear from the businesses, from the trade unionists, from the forwarding companies. So it depends on the needs of each policy.
Okay, thank you, thank you very much for the answer. I hope that address the answer from the speakers. Now we have a question from online participation. Shall we check in the chat box? Yeah, this is question for from Anonymous. What are the challenges in building public trust, especially regarding transparency in public participation? And how can those challenges be addressed?
Thank you. I will try to answer this question. As I mentioned before, the first challenges is the negative public sentiment that we currently have. So a study by, I forgot who wrote the study, but it said that no matter what type of transparency the government has to offer, it doesn't do really much if the public sentiments is already very, very, very negative. So, and then because of that, we say in our paper consideration, we propose DGCE to do small projects and assess how the small projects affect the public trust or public sentiments towards DGCE. And then if there are positive changes, then we can scale up those initiatives, whether it's nationwide or on a bigger issue, etc., etc. And then the other challenges would be the capacity of our personnel, DGCE, to conduct public consultation properly. We know that public consultation in Indonesia is not, I would say, not a popular way of doing policy making. It is, we say, a new thing. It's a cultural shift, I guess. And then, so we do need training for our personnel.
And also, maybe just a little bit, I will jump in. As building a public trust is not an easy job, I believe that public trust toward the Indonesian customs will affect not only one or two employees, but the whole institution. So the effort that the Indonesian customs have to do is in a collaborative way with every department inside the DGCE. Like we may do a good policy making, but if maybe there is one or two employee that, let's say, creating problem, you know, doing something bad, corruption, etc., the public trust will vastly go down. So I think the internal compliance also have role here to make sure to monitor the employee in all levels, starting from the headquarters down to the vertical unit. Also the analysis of media is also important, like the previous question about social media. We will not really aware the sentiment in the social media. Is it really really from public, or is just, you know, just opinion from, let's say, buzzer or anything? So the department that handle media is also have important role. So it is really a collaborative way, and we need to work together to really keep to build this public trust, and it is a continuous process, not only one job to be done.
May I add one more thing? The other challenges would be that most of the literature and examples are coming from developed countries. So there's a need for DGCE to consider that we have differences culturally and also in our capacity. I think, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe there are more questions from the participant, but due to time limitation, we have to end our session. So give a big applause for our presenter, Mr. Haikal, young diplomat from Secretariat General of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and then Mr. Krishna and Mr. Chandra from DGCE. Big applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Okay, for the second presentation, we will have our colleagues from Nigeria. There are three speakers, three writers for this paper, Illicit Trade and its implication on national security, an assessment of semi-cracked joint border posts, will be delivered by Mr. Babatunde Olomu, Mr. Sanusi Tasiu Saulawa, and Mr. Sadik Misbau Murtala, all of them coming from Nigeria Customs Services. Mr. Olomu, can you hear me?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. How things going
Okay,
in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you very much for having us.
Okay. You have 20 minutes for
Yeah.
your presentation, but 3 minutes
Perfect.
before the time is stopped, I will give you information. So for the next 20 minutes, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. We'll try to give to the time. We brings to the compliments of the Controller General of Customs. We sincerely appreciate the organizers of this conference, the WCO Regional Training Center, and in particular, Indonesian Customs and Excise Customs and Education and Training Center. It's our honor to be here with you. Unfortunately, our lead presenter, Controller Olomu Babatunde, is engaged in some other official activities. However, we are here to stand in for him. I am Sanusi Tasu Saulawa, PhD, Assistant Controller of Customs. With me is my colleague, Sadik Misbau Murtala, as Superintendent of Customs. In the next few minutes, we shall be talking about illicit trades and its implications on national security, an assessment of semi-Kreke border post. To start with, the presentation shall cover the following outline. Next. Okay, we are going to have a brief introduction, aims and objectives, literature review, legal framework, methodology, and data analysis, findings and discussions, challenges faced by border agencies in the fight of illicit trade, conclusion, and if time permits, we should offer some recommendations. Next. Okay, we need to understand what is illicit trade. Illicit trade is a global concern. It's a global issue driven by transnational criminal networks, exploiting the gaps or the opportunities within the law enforcement community. It's a criminal network that operates beyond the borders. That is to say, the criminal activity taking place between one country and another, between one region and another, and of course, global trade landscape. In as the same way we are having a legitimate trade, in the same way we are having illicit trade network operating, and is growing by the day. So this includes drug trafficking, arms smuggling, human trafficking, trade in counterfeit goods, fake pharmaceutical products, fake consumables, and of course, illicit wildlife trade, such as pangolin scales, elephant tusk, illegal cutting down of trees. These are the areas of concern of this research. Next. Okay, the paper specifically aims to demonstrate the role of border agencies in checkmating the menace of illicit trade and its implications on national security. And the paper judiciously utilized qualitative methods in achieving its objective. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, we need to briefly have an overview of the study area. You know, the semi-Kreke border post, border post is situated within the Lagos axis of the Nigeria, while Kreke is situated along the Benin Republic, which is all located in the West African sub-region. So specifically, this border post is situated around 37 kilometers from Cotonou, which is the capital of Benin Republic, on the main coastal road connecting Cotonou and Lagos, Nigeria. That's where this border post is situated. And one good thing about this border post is that it's a EU-funded project where we have two customs authorities jointly operating on the same platform, on the same environment, clearing goods and persons coming inflow and outflow of goods and passengers across these two most important boundaries. Research facts emerge that this border post is one of the busiest border posts in the whole of West African sub-region. So that's why it's very, very important. That's why this research focuses on this very important border post. The border is, of course, a significant trade hub route in West Africa as a major gateway between Nigeria, Benin Republic, and other West and Central African nations. It facilitates the flow of goods and services, driving cross-border commerce and regional economic growth. Next slide. Okay, despite the economic importance of this border, we still have illicit activities taking place along this corridor. That's why that necessitates the need to form or to come up with this research. We have series of interceptions, series of seizures that has to do with arms, human trafficking, trafficking in counterfeit goods, wildlife trafficking, intellectual property theft, and money laundering. All these, we have number of occasions where interceptions were made by law enforcement agencies along these borders. So that's what formed the basis or the next the need for this research. Next slide, please. Then At this juncture, let me invite my colleague to give an overview of the legal framework and other subsequent slides before I come for the concluding part. Mr. Sadiq, please.
Thank you, my senior colleague, and good morning, good afternoon, the participants. Keep the slide open, please.
Mr. Sadiq.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, please.
Sorry, I can't see the slide. Okay, it's okay. Okay, thank you. Just like my senior colleague have discussed, we are going to look at the legal frameworks of international organizations such as WCO, World Customs Organization, International Police, Interpol, United Nations Office of Drugs and Crime. What are the legal frameworks they put in place to fight this trade? From a WCO perspective, they came up with implementation of a revised Kyoto Convention and safe framework of standards, including the Custom Enforcement Network, which is a tool to a platform where international custom community share intelligence and information in combating illicit trade globally. Then we look at it at national level. The Nigeria Customs Service, being a member of WCO, has incorporated just tools of and mechanism of WCO in our operations through the newly enacted Custom Act. This act empowers us to combat illicit trade and customs security and customs laws and secure our borders. There are some sections of this act that enable us to perform optimally using the legal framework. One of the sections is Section 4 of Nigerian Service Act, Section 227, Section 233, and 234. All these provide the ability for custom to detect, prevent, and suppress smuggling while securing our sovereignty against any threats. Next slide, please. Then what are the methodology we adopted in this research paper? We engage, the paper adopts documents, official documents, then official enforcement statistics, semi-structured and in-depth interviews with law enforcement agency at the semi-Cukai border post. Next slide, please. Next slide, which is about the findings. Data analysis. Basically, we categorize our data into primary and secondary. Primary in the sense that we conducted a brief interview or share a questionnaire with some of our colleagues at that particular border. Then we obtain data from enforcement statistics based on the interception they made in the last 4 years. And from the data obtained, the data highlights the following trends regarding smuggled goods intercepted. Unhealthy foods such as fried spaghetti, then premium motor spirits, take 70% respectively. These two goods are the most frequently smuggled, accounting for over 34% of total interceptions. Narcotics and synthetic opioids take 14.9% and 13.1%. This represents 20% of the intercepted items, showing the growing problem of drug trafficking, with significant threat to public health and national security. Weapons and explosive devices take 11%, with total percentage of 22%, which also indicated that it's a threat to national security and the public unrest. Then we look at the correspondence we obtained from the interviewers. Next slide. from the interviewers, we streamline that one into two parts. The part A, we look at the impact of illicit trade on national security. Then one of the indicators we asked was illicit trade are prevalent at the Seme-Kreke joint border post. 30 people gave their opinion, agree with the question we asked. 35 on illicit trade significantly threatening the national security. 35 agree on that. Then there is a strong linkage between illicit trade and organized crime. 35 respondents agree with that opinion, while 2 are undecided. Then few other respondents disagree on that our opinion. Then we look at the other part where we say law enforcement and illicit trade prevention. Remember, the sample size we use for this interview or this analysis is 40. So we asked series of questions and their respondents are indicated on the slide. 1 minute, please. Okay. We look at the first one, which you said law enforcement officers are adequately trained to handle illicit trade at the Seme-Kreke border. 10% strongly agree, while 2 are undecided, then 28 disagree with that opinion. Then we look at integrity issue among the law enforcement agency in this border. 28 strongly agree, 2 undecided, then we have 10 people disagree on that opinion. Then we look at strengthening the integrity of law enforcement. Can this significantly reduce illicit trade at the border? 95% of them agree, while 5 disagree. Then is there sufficient interagency cooperation at the border to combat trade? We asked them that question as well. We want to see if there is a rivalry between the two, between custom agency and other sister agency. 34 agree that there is strong insufficient interagency cooperation. 1 undecided, 5 disagree with that opinion. Then we look at the modern technology deployed at the border. Is it performing optimally to combat illicit trade? 30% agree that the little resources provided at the border agree that yes, it's performing optimally in combating illicit trade. While 4 undecided, then 6 disagree with our opinion. Next slide, please. Then what are the findings? The findings reveal that illicit trade is in unhealthy foods, synthetic opioids, narcotics, counterfeit goods, weapons, wildlife, explosives, and others poses a significant threat to national security, as shown by the data obtained for the paper. On this note, I will invite my senior colleague to continue with the rest of the paper. Thank you, Sally. Mr. Tasiu? Take on, please, for the rest of the paper. Dr. Tasiu? Are you there, please?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sadiq, for your presentation.
Thank you.
I believe it is the same situation faced by custom administration in many countries, which is we face the resource constraints, meaning that we have a limited personnel or manpower, and then limited equipment also, technology, and then minimum funding from the government budget. But thank you for addressing this issue. So now we have 10 minutes for the Q&A session. I will give the people or the participant here who want to ask question to the speakers. Is there any question from the participant? Yeah, please.
Thank you for the opportunity. So my name is Raihan. I'm from Indonesian Customs. So I have two questions actually. Firstly, it's about the data you have analyzed. You mentioned that you have 40 sample size. My question is, which kind of participants of this interview that you conduct? Is that open public interview or a certain group of people that you interview? And the second question is, actually I work at the customs laboratory, so that kind of illicit drugs or narcotics or etc. is familiar with us. So in order to enforce the traffic of the drugs in Nigeria, are you use or utilize the laboratory to make sure that the samples or the goods that you have to analyze is real drugs? That's all of my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Raihan. Maybe I will repeat your question for Mr. Sadiq and college. The first question is, by using respondent for this article or these papers, who is the person you use for this paper? Is it public, or is it a government official, or is there any particular groups you use in your paper?
Okay, thank you for the question, Mr. Rihan from Indonesia Customs. Let me quickly respond to the questions. Out of the two, maybe I will answer first one, then I will leave the other one to my colleague. But basically, we targeted the law enforcement agents, particularly our colleagues at that border post. We seek their opinion. That's why we limited it to just 40, not that we made it public. No, it's a kind of colleagues to colleague interview their opinion on illicit trade in that axis. And as regarding the sample test of narcotics or opioid we intercepted, though we have, to the best of my knowledge, we have ongoing projects that will address custom obtaining a standard laboratory that we can use to test some of those drugs we intercepted. But for now, we rely solely on NAFDAC, that is national body, regulatory body that's in charge of drugs NDLEA, National Drug Law Enforcement Agency. They are the regulatory body in charge of drugs and narcotics. So where we have a doubt, we engage them to ascertain the true picture of the drugs intercepted, and they feed us back, because most of the time we normally do joint operations. So I don't know if the question is clear. I mean, my response is clear to the questionnaire. So it's not something we just assume that it's a cocaine or heroin, or if it is a synthetic opioid, fentanyl or methamphetamine or tramadol, as the case may be. We gave it out to regulatory body to ascertain the true picture of that narcotics intercepted. Thank you.
So is it the 40 respondent for your paper coming from the government official, Mr. Sadiq?
Yes, it's from government officials. That's why I say our colleague, custom officers. So based on that, they are government officers. We restricted it to just our colleagues alone at the border post, particularly at that Temekrake border.
Okay, thank you very much for your response. It's all clear, Mr. Haika? For the second question?
But what about the second question about the laboratory?
Okay, Mr. Sadiq, here in Indonesia, Indonesian Customs have several laboratories, which is also used for to examine the narcotic substance. So is there any other way to analyze whether the commodity you counterfeit is considered as a narcotics, or do you have the same lab like in Indonesia, or is there any other way? Please, Mr. Sadiq and Mr. Sanusi.
Okay, thank you. I think let me come in at this juncture. As earlier buttressed by Mr. Sadiq, we have National Drugs Law Enforcement Agency in Nigeria, which is the law enforcement agency saddled with the responsibility of monitoring and regulating all drugs-related, drugs and narcotics-related crimes in Nigeria. So we have a very, very, cordial relationship with them, and of course, other law enforcement agencies. We operate in synergy. So in the event we have any interception of such substances, we leverage on their expertise and their laboratories to test such substances before taking further action. And of course, of recent, the current administration of the customs under Mr. Bashir Adewale Adeni have established customs on laboratory in line with the WCO standard. Now Nigeria Customs can boast of having first-class laboratory where we are testing such substances. That doesn't, rule out the partnership we are having with the NDLEA. So we have two ways to verify any interceptions: customs on laboratory and the synergy with the other sister agency. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. Is that all?
Yes, that's clear.
Mr.
Thank you.
Haikal? Yeah. We also have the National Narcotic Boards or agency in Indonesia also. So for the next question is coming from the online participant. This is from Anonymous to Nigeria Customs Service Team. There are 3 questions. Number 1, how does illicit trade at the semi-cracker joint border post specifically impact national security in the region? Number 2, what types of illicit activities are most prevalent, and how do they affect the broader socio-economic environment? Number 3, in recommendation is ensuring integrity the law enforcement. How Nigeria Custom balance enforcement with local habit which usually violated the law?
Okay, thank you very much. I think these questions are very pertinent. How does illicit trades at the semi-cracker joint border post specifically impact national security? It's very simple. When you look at the inflows of arms and ammunition through that region, through that corridor, it will of course affect not only Nigeria's security, but of course the regional security. When you look at the counterfeit goods coming into the country through that corridor, maybe such as PEG pharmaceuticals, of course it will have negative effect on the health security of the 2 countries and the region. And when you look at the child and human trafficking taking place within that corridor, it has, a devastating effect on the population. And of course, when you look at the illegal cutting of trees, the illicit trade that has to do with illegal cutting down of trees, of course, it has negative impact on the environmental security of both the 2 countries. So these are some of the, negative effects of this illicit trade taking place within those corridors. And to the second question, what are the types of the illicit activity that are most prevalent? 1, smuggling of counterfeit goods, smuggling of substandard product, smuggling of regulated items. There are some items that are regulated that is only law enforcement agencies that can import such items, or the items that require end user certification. It's not everything you just bring into the country. It has to pass through some regulatory frameworks. But some of these guys try to beat the law enforcement agents and try to bring them through the illegal routes. So these are some of the things. And of course, expired products, some of them, doesn't have necessary certification, like pharmaceuticals, like edibles, and what have you. So such kind of things will definitely have effect on the global security and the regional security. And the recommendation, uh, part of the paper, if you go through the paper, we made that recommendation, of course. The integrity aspect is part of the recommendation as it's a WCO model, obviously the integrity concepts on all customs administrations. So the paper found out that one of the major causes or drivers of these illicit activities is the integrity issue. In other words, corruption. So how do we manage such? We have to, make sure there is a proper synergy, there is proper, the welfare of the personnel operating within those corridors are adequately taken care of. There is capacity building. There is a presence of government within that corridor. That will make the law enforcement agents to raise the integrity bar to the highest level, and which, of course, will make sure or bring the illicit activities to the minimum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanusi. Is there any addition, Mr. Sadiq?
I concur with my senior colleague opinion. Basically, as he mentioned, most of the illicit trade that prevalent at the semi-cracked joint border post is, as mentioned in the paper, is unhealthy foods, include all such as rice, spaghetti, and vegetable oil. Just as like he mentioned, most of these items, they don't conform with the regulatory body like National Food and Drugs Administration. So we intercepted them. We give them sample to ascertain if actually what we intercepted violates the customs law. And they feed us back with good response that yes, it's liable to seizure because they did not meet the standard that is convenient for human consumption. Another thing that's prevalent at that border post is premium motor spirit. Presently, Nigeria is in a crisis of energy crisis, where we have shortage of PMS supply at the national level. So we try to curtail the activities of smugglers from being taking the product that is not in excess or that's not much available to the national across the border. So to me, that's what is actually taking place mostly, and based on the interview conducted, and based on the rapport we have with our colleagues, and based on their feedback, that those two items is more often private food that axis. That does not stop other items such as weapons, such as wildlife. And of course, the second question, let me just buttress my colleague's point. Nigeria, we are having challenges of terrorism, insurgency, banditry. And it may be a great surprise to you that lately we have having, had a lot of interception of weapons across the country, most especially in other parts of the country. These are imported by non-state actors to influence violence, to influence crisis, to influence kidnapping. So all this actually had a great tell us on us at national level, and significantly affects the national security. So where there's no peace, we cannot enjoy good trade facilitation, we cannot have a robust movement, we cannot have rapid growth and economic development in the country. As such, all these illicit goods contributed to the negative activities or negative impacts we are having in the country. So it's the responsibility of the Nigeria Customs and other sister agencies to combat this illicit trade and prevent future occurrence of such activities. So I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sadiq. as I saw in your slides and the previous slides, I noticed that the percentage number of confiscated goods by the Nigeria Customs Service, namely the narcotics and then the firearms and then also the fake products, I believe it will have a negative effect for the security issues and then the economic issues, and also will deter the investor coming to the Nigeria. And also I noticed that one of your recommendation is that the government taking into account the welfare of the officer at the borders. Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Sanusi and Mr. Sadiq. Because the time is up, thank you very much for your attention, for the participant coming in this room and then also in the Zoom meeting. I will give back the time to the MC. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you, Pak Jopi, for leading such a constructive discussion. I'm sure our participants here found this session fruitful. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had a very productive and inspiring time together, and hopefully everyone here acquired today's conference to be value. And this event is about to come to an end, and after this, we will officially close this Day 2 conference. But before that, we will wait for the participants in room 2 to join us in this hall. Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to the main hall. All the way from the room 2, I'm back here. Distinguished guests, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, this event is about to come to the very end. We hope you found yesterday's and today's presentation informative and also helpful. Ladies and gentlemen, before we wrap up this conference, we would like to take a moment to express our gratitude to our moderator for their valuable contributions today. We kindly ask our moderators to come forward and join us to the stage for a moment as we have a token of appreciation to present. We would like to invite Mr. Jopiteja Sentana and Bapak Mukmin Setio Sudarmo to come forward. The token of appreciation will be presented by the Director of Customs and Excise Education and Training Center, Bapak Untarto Wibowo. May we please invite Bapak Untarto to the stage. Once again, we would like to say thank you to Mr. Jopiteja Sentana and Mr. Mukmin. Thank you. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, to seal the conference, we would like to invite the Director of Indonesian Customs and Excise Education and Training Center, Bapak Untarto Wibowo, to present us with the closing speech. To Bapak Untarto Wibowo, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Director of International Affairs, Ibu Anita, or representative, country and project lead, WCO Accelerated Facilitation Program, Mr. Arman Zhalitov, if you are still with us. Pak Puji Siswanto, Project Analyst National Logistics System Team, Director General of Indonesia Customs and Excise. My partner in crimes, Ms. Sarah Budi, Ms. Karin Willems, welcome to the club from Belgian Customs, and Mr. Arthur Dison. It's very happy we have you with us, and also Ms. Gustav Wissel. Thank you very much from Dutch Customs, also our speaker yesterday, and also all senior officials from the Ministry of Finance, colleague from Indonesia Customs and Excise Training Centers, resource persons, authors of selected papers, participants, and also we have Ibu Heru here, Ibu Widi, which one, Heru, Widi or Ibu Kanti. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. First and foremost, we express our heartfelt gratitude to the Almighty, whose blessings are always with us, enabling all of us to complete all sessions of this 2 days conference in good health. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Untarto Ibowo, Director of Indonesia Customs and Excise Training Center, and also WCO Asia Pacific Regional Training Center. I think it's a great honor for me to deliver this closing remarks. My staff already prepared me a 12-page speech, so I want to speak today from the bottom of my heart without text. So allow me just to say thank you very much for participating in our fourth RTC Indonesia International Conference. This is the fourth and the second conducted offline. So it will be a very honor for us to have all of the speakers, participations, special guests for this conference. And I am personally very glad that the participants or the papers submitted to us is quite many and various, not only discussing about disruptive technologies in related to customs operations, and also one of the new thing is showing the collaborative actions by various organizations. So it's quite surprise among 22 papers presented during the 2 days seminar. There were 6 papers discussing about collective actions. So this is, I think, the essence of customs. How can customs incorporate other government agencies in every countries? For other customs officials attending this conference, I gladly inform that customs in the world once has had a tagline called "Borders divide, customs unite." So that's the way customs works in each country. One expression that I may share to all participants, all attendants here, is that every single container or single shipment in the port or seaport may involve around 20 to 30 government and non-government entities at once. So, and they are all represented by customs agency. So it is true that one of my boss during my first assignment in customs 34 years ago, saying that to be a customs officer is more than just a superman. So or superwoman, because every single customs officer must comprehend with many rules, regulations, and also knowledge of various organizations and also various goods from the single cell up to the chapter 98. It's sophisticated goods. So, and including chapter 99, even though some customs in the world still divide whether chapter 99 considered as a good or not. Actually it's a not good like a IPR. So there's export and imports in idea. So whether idea it's considered as a good or not, because here there is a company in Indonesia that they create a film from an imported idea. So and the imported idea has a price. So customs and also tax should keep an eye on that idea, because they have a value, so taxable value. So that's how customs it's a well complicated yet fun. So again, I am more than happy to have you all in this conference, and this is actually also my last WCO Asia Pacific Regional Training Center last conference for me, because per November the 1st will be my retirement. So I am more than happy having you all, and hopefully this is not the end of this arena. So I'm waiting for the 5th, the 6th, and probably the 15th round of this same conference with different challenge. I think this conference can become one of the sustainable academic forum for development of content and also research among customs, and also around 6 months preparing this conference. And finally, if I may, I officially close the 4th WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference 2024, having the theme Building a Seamless Future Through Disruptive Technologies in Customs and Multi-Stakeholders Collaborations. I wouldn't say goodbye. I just want to say till we meet again. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Bapak Untarto Wibowo.
And once again, thank you so much for Bapak Untarto Wibowo for the encouraging speech. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we bring this conference to an end, please take a moment to access the evaluation form provided in the given link, and would like to have your feedback on yesterday and today's conference in the form of constructive suggestions. And do not forget to fill and recheck your identity in the form in order to prevent spelling errors. And your certificate will be later sent directly to your email after fulfilling the evaluation form. As for the Ministry of Finance employees, your e-certificate will be sent to your Haris account.
Exactly. And now to officially end the conference, Gia,
Yes.
as Bapak Untarto gave you a very inspiring speech, we would leave you with a quote by Stuart Bryan. Quote, "We can see the past but not influence it. We can influence the future but not see it." Let us all be guided by all the things we have heard and learned throughout the conference and be able to see and influence our future.
What a nice quote to seal the day, Taufik. So ladies and gentlemen, we remind you to always stay safe and stay healthy. It is time for us to say goodbye for now and have a great day and see you again in the next event. I am Gia.
And I am Taufik, signing off.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.